jolly day. Would you like to try a peach mango pie with a side of
Miles Edgeworth, Ace Attorney Investigations.
Because if you do, then let's go ahead and get started.
B. Hi, yeah, hey everyone. Welcome in. Hope you guys are all doing good today. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. Geb, thank you so much for being first. May, welcome in just in time. I can't believe I started my stream on time. Welcome in, Luma Star and Ditsanel. Good afternoon to you. Thank you guys for stopping by today. I'm so excited to finally get back to the Edgeworth games. I had so much fun playing the first case, and we have now finished Dual Destinies, so it is time for us to go on a little flight to Edgeworth-topia. Yeah, the OST sounds so good. I am a little sad that... I needed to turn on my fan.
This is your pilot speaking. If you look to your right, you'll see an Ace Attorney. That's right! Ace Attorney TV! Oh my god.
I'm so obsessed with that video. The amount of times that I've watched it just to listen to Phoenix and Edgeworth talk. Even though I own every game they have available right now, I still just listen to them talk about and shill the games to me because I just love hearing them. And what if I don't? I love that video so much! The way that Phoenix delivers it! Because of the out of context, if people don't know what I'm talking about, Ace Attorney, they did this trailer that basically kind of sells the games to you. And what they do is that they try to introduce the prosecutors for each game by calling them the weirdos of each game. And there's this one part where they're talking about Ace Attorney Investigations, and Edgeworth, he brings up Lang, right? And Phoenix is trying to be all shady and disrespectful, and then Edgeworth is like, now, right? Please make sure that Prosecutor Lang is really well respected and has a lot of contacts, so I would be the most respectful to him. And then Phoenix is just like, and what if I don't? It's so funny. I think about that delivery so much. But there's that, and then this is kind of random but related to Capcom. But I've been having actually a lot of fun playing Resident Evil these past few days, and I saw that some of the games are on sale right now through other key selling sites and stuff. So I was thinking about it, and I was like, I kind of want to try out the other games because right now some other friends are playing Resident Evil 2 and all that. But I'm kind of hooked. I'm actually kind of having a lot of fun right now, and I'm like, I want to fall more in love with Leon. I want to see why everyone likes him. But Capcom has once again just gripped me by the neck, even if it's a genre that I'm terrified of, or a genre that I had no interest in, like lawyers or things like that. I'm just so fascinated by their characters. They just know how to make some really attention-gripping characters. But I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you guys are having a wonderful weekend. If you guys want to answer today's check-in question, what are your guys' experiences with flying on planes? I know some people hate it. I know some people are cool with it. I also didn't notice that the title screen for this game changes depending on what case we're on. That's pretty cool. But we did preview what we're going to be doing today the last time that we played this. We are on a plane. There may or may not be snakes. As long as there's no turbulence. I've only ever flown a handful of times, and the most amount of, two of them were to Japan, and one of them was to, San Francisco. San Francisco was, whatever. Going to Japan, for someone that hates sitting still, and especially in, a tight corner, a plane seat, right? I actually don't mind it too much. The only thing is that I can't fall asleep on planes. So I need to have my Switch with me. I need to have some sort of game device, which is why I think the Switch is just the perfect video game system. And also, it gets to the point where like, if I really just need to stretch my legs, because I'm unfortunately a man spreader, if I really need to stretch my legs, I sometimes just go up and go to the bathroom and just sit down in the toilet. Just so that I can have leg space to sit down. But I have experienced turbulence once. And it was scary, but it wasn't too awful. 20 hours, no sleep, uncomfortable chairs, butt aches the moment I stand up, too deep to get in my thoughts. 20 hours? Where were you flying to? So from LA to Japan, it takes like what? I think 11 hours? Which isn't, I mean, it's not that awful. I mean, you go to Japan, so that's fun. But, oh, to Vietnam. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess it's definitely a lot harder when you have to do layovers and stuff. I know that when Geb came to visit me, Geb had to do a layover and then also fly down to California. I like flying. I either bring a book to read on my Kindle or draw or nap. Oh, welcome in, Yasmin. Yeah, I've tried bringing my iPad to like try and draw on flights. It never works out. I think the best thing for me is just playing games. If you guys remember when I was talking about my Japan trip, I brought my Switch, and my friend who was not a gamer, I made her play Fashion Dreamer, and she was having a lot of fun playing that. Flying is so much better than driving. I love driving though. If it was feasible to like drive overseas, I would just drive to Japan whenever I want. Cross-country road trip. Depends on where you're flying, from the east or the west. My experience with planes. If you're able to sleep, then it's easy to fly. If you can't, your butt becomes wooden. That's what I'm saying. I need to get up from my seat and I need to stretch. I need to just get my man spread out. That sounds so awful. Oh, what are you guys' experience with flight food? Have you guys ever had like good food? Have you guys ever had awful food? I've had some pretty like, not awful, but I've had like just mediocre, like sad food, and I've had really good food. I think the best flight I've ever had was my first flight ever when it was to Japan, and the airline I used was Singapore Airlines, and I've heard a lot of good things about Singapore, but the service was great. They gave a lot of good food. I had a lot of good like leg room. Welcome in, Leon. Hiya, hey. We're talking about flights, if you want to join in on the conversation. My flights have only ever given snacks. Oh, the flight that I took to San Francisco, they gave snacks. It was like a really good like chocolate covered pretzel. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing good. I hope you're doing well. Speaking of Leons, I just had a lot of fun playing Resident Evil last night. I want to know more about Leon, Kennedy, and I guess also Logan, and any other Leon on planet Earth. They keep serving peanuts. I've never been offered peanuts on a flight. You're allergic to peanuts? That's so... Wait. Can airlines offer peanuts if people have allergies to them? Like, is that not a risk to be in a contained space where people crack open peanuts? Like, is that not, like, a big no-no? Sometimes it's tasty, especially buttery in my case. But most of the times it's so-so. RE4 is a great game, remake and OG. If you're keeping up with our playthrough of RE4, it's definitely fun. Peanuts have been changed. Okay, I was gonna say, pretzels, I don't think pretzels have major allergens. It's people's job to know if they're allergic and refuse the food. Well, so I don't know much about peanut allergies, but isn't it like if you are in like an enclosed space with peanuts, just like the wafting of peanuts, does that not trigger allergies? Welcome in, Laciel. Hi, hey. Yeah, it can be that bad, because I have a friend who like he can't step foot inside of like a Five Guys burger and fries because like they use peanut oil and they have like open cases of peanuts just out in the open, and like he can't be near any of that. It only happens if I swallow one. Oh, okay. So as long as if you ingest it, then it's bad. But if you're around it, it's like, just don't consume it. That really food allergies really suck, because it's like some cuisines like really rely on certain ingredients, right? I just feel bad, like, because it's one thing to have like lactose intolerance, right? Because at least you can take a pill. You can take a pill for lactose intolerance, but like for actual allergies, it's like, I don't think there's an EpiPen, but that's like a preventative and not like a, or that's like an emergency sort of use and not like a preventative. Five Guys is a death trap for legume avoiders. Yeah. As for flights, I remember that when I flew oh no. I've heard a lot of stories about Spirit, so let's hear the story. When I flew Spirit, the passengers and I were literally rushed in, tight seating, no food or water, and some lady was fighting with the flight attendant over the bathroom use. Let's just say budget airlines, they gotta put a little more into the flight service. I went on that flight when I was going to LA when I was broke. So here's the thing. I am so, like, I'm so seething because Capcom Cafe, if you know where this is going, Capcom Cafe announced that at the end of this month, their theme for the cafe is Ace Attorney Magicians. And I want to go so bad because flights to Japan from LA at the end of this month are in the $600 range. Which is so cheap. But mind you, the airline that's offering that price is like the equivalent of Spirit Airlines for international to Japan. From what I've heard, from what Neri and Mumu have told me. But like, I can't afford to go, and I really want to go so bad. Look how cute they look. Look at how cute Ryunosuke looks. They got the same artist for the New Year's cafe as well, where they're all wearing the yukata. But so the airline that is offering the discounted flights, it's called Zip Air Japan, and I believe they only fly from LA, Hawaii, and like one other city to Tokyo, right? And they're like a super budget airline, and like the base ticket price is dirt cheap, but then like you have to like pay for like luggage and all that stuff too. And Medi and Mumu were telling me that they went on that airline, and it was just like, it literally was the equivalent of going on Spirit. Like, you're rushed in, and like the seats are super cramped and tight, and like there's no Wi-Fi or anything like that. The last flight I took to Japan also didn't have Wi-Fi either, and I was pissed because I had a layover going to like Seattle, and on that flight to Seattle there was Wi-Fi. Yeah, the EpiPens, like they're more to like prevent you from dying before you get, you know, brought over to like a hospital. But it just really sucks that there's no sort of like ways for people to get to consume foods that they're allergic to. Because another allergy that I know people have is like to shellfish and like shrimp, and I love shrimp and like lobster and stuff like that. So that really sucks knowing that like some friends can't have it. Especially like I have friends that I love going to sushi with and they can't have shrimp. I love how our conversation about airlines turned into another conversation about food. Okay. Let me just make sure my settings are all good. Is the volume fine? Can you guys hear the game? Or does anything need to be turned up or down? These designs look great, but yeah, dude, you hope you find some airline that's cheap to allow you to go there. Budget airlines, it's more convenient to pay the price for full service. It's more like I literally, like, I don't even have, let's just say my bank account is like scraping by. As much as I would love to just go on a trip to Japan this month. I'd get sushi with you in every universe. Oh my god, did you see that Kura they have like a filter now, or not a filter, but they have like a template that you can slap your own VTuber model on, or even just your own pictures. I really want to get some sushi. Yesterday I had omurice, but now I really want sushi. Yummy! I want salmon though. I love salmon. You don't have Kura? Did we go to Kura? Oh, we didn't go to Kura, huh? We went to that one KBBQ place. Gotta start saving because inflation. I know. We have to go to Kura. I haven't gone in like 2 or 3 weeks. I go so often. It's just so, I love sushi. But I also miss how cheap sushi was in Japan. In Japan, like sushi is like 100 to 200 yen each. And with the current like conversion rate, that's like barely like 60 cents. Okay, so beginning what Miss Tenario saw. Let me see if this brings the cutscene. If it doesn't, then we'll start the case over again. Okay, yeah, no, let's start the case. Look at him. Look at him. Can I hide the... How do I hide the log? Look at him in the corner. He's so funny. Okay, let's start the episode back. A girl boss. Episode 2. Turnabout Airlines. The murder that occurred in my office. The return of the great thief Yatagarasu. Thinking back, everything began on that fateful day, 2 days ago. Yes. Everything began high up in the air, 9,000 feet in the air to be precise.
Thank you for flying Goryeo Airlines. We're currently experiencing some slight turbulence. We are asking all passengers to please return to their seats and fasten their seatbelts.
March 12th, 6:13 a.m. Flight G390, first floor, lounge. I detect a change in the flop meter. Why do I feel like I just woke up from a horrible nightmare? 6:13, huh? I guess I was out cold for about 10 minutes. Slight turbulence indeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently experiencing some slight turbulence. For your safety, we ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts.
I suppose turbulence
This is to be expected on a flight. Though admittedly, I'm less than comfortable with anything resembling earthquakes. Huh? Why are you drinking at 6 a.m., Edgy? Oh god, it's 5 p.m. somewhere. What's this? A travel wallet?
But it's not mine. How did someone else's travel wallet wind up in my pocket? My head. Why won't this headache go away? I'll take care of this travel wallet later, or hand it off to an attendant. From earthquake-like turbulence to an elevator.
Welcome in, Juan. They're so evil for doing this. They give him his number 1 biggest trauma with his number 2 biggest trauma. Thank you for the dote. Did Shu Takumi write this game? Shu Takumi was so evil for this.
What am I doing, hesitating like this? Actually, I know full well why I hesitate. It was when I was still but a young child.
Suffering builds character? Hold on, give me 1 second. I gotta turn off links, unfortunately. I wanted to have links on in case you guys wanted to share anything fun, but I've just been... These past few weeks, I've just had incessant bots, and I'm getting sick and tired of it. It just sucks because that means, like, it's really hard for people to post clips, too. Hello? Moderation. Okay.
I was caught up in a murder that happened in an elevator. But how long am I going to let my past haunt me? It's just an elevator. I'm a grown man now. I need to behave like one. What the?
Clavier, Christoph Gavin, is that you?
What in the world happened?
Is there something wrong, sir? I must ask that you please return to your...
He's dead!
Please, calm down. We mustn't jump to conclusions without all the facts.
What's wrong? Did something happen? You murderer!
What? No! You have it all wrong! It wasn't me! March 12th at 6:41 a.m. Flight G390, second floor, first class.
Everyone, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have an important announcement. I am one of your flight attendants today, Rhoda Tenero. Unfortunately, we have just had a minor accident on this flight.
An accident? Don't treat us like we're stupid. I caught a glimpse and it was a murder!
What? Murder? What's going on in this flight?
Everyone, please calm down. There's no reason to panic.
Why does the top guy on the left have so many wine bottles?
He's flying first class, up in the sky with the champagne, living the life in the fast lane. I wanna change for the glamorous, ooh, the flossy, flossy.
That also means that Edgeworth was flying first class, glamorous, flossy, flossy. Look at his giant book of law and his chess set and his tea set.
This flight will stay on course and make its scheduled landing. We're still currently in the middle of a rough patch of turbulence. So until we are out of this area of turbulence, I ask that you please remain seated.
But someone was killed, right? I mean, what about? Let me off!
G L A M O R O U S, yeah.
I love that OUS universally needs to be one letter. This implies that Edgy was playing chess with the lamp, and the lamp was winning? No! Edgeworth can't. Edgeworth is so confident that I'll beat Gumshoe, but he loses to a lamp. What a nerd. Look at Injuma.
Please, there is no need to feel threatened. We have already apprehended the culprit.
I ask that everyone please remain calm.
What the heck is he talking about? Why should we remain calm?
My name is Miles Edgeworth. I am a prosecutor, and I assure you that I am not the killer.
Being a prosecutor doesn't make you incapable of murder, buddy.
Now you listen here! I'm not the killer! I simply found the body!
So you say, however. I'm sure that you are the perpetrator of this crime. I swear on my honor as a professional flight attendant.
No, is that right?
I know what I saw. And there's even very strong incriminating evidence to back me up.
What kind of incriminating evidence is she talking about?
We've already alerted the proper authorities at our destination. Until we land, you will remain in our custody by the powers vested in our captain. I'm very sorry, but please understand our situation.
Your situation? I'm more concerned with mine and the direction it's going in. I'm not about to just sit idly by while I get accused of murder! Miss Tenero, is it?
Yes?
Oh, she's the killer. Look at her face. She's pinning it on us. She's got that smug face like she did it. She's rocking that cat eyeliner though. The wing.
I was wondering if you might give me a chance.
A chance? To do what?
A chance to plead my case. And a chance to ask what you meant by incriminating evidence just now.
She has a Rubik's Cube ponytail.
To accuse a passenger of such a grave crime without allowing him to give a proper defense. Can the professional flight attendant inside of you really call this action righteous?
You have a point. Very well. I will listen to what you have to say. But be wary of what you reveal. I'm afraid you'll look even more suspicious if your explanation fails to satisfy, gay boy. I also do not have the time to deal with you all day, so please make it quick.
Of course. As you wish.
Good. Very well then. Let's get started.
I know for a fact that I didn't kill that man in the elevator. What I don't know is what sort of evidence she has up her sleeve. But I'm certain it doesn't fit with how the crime really occurred. What Miss Tenero saw.
We're going straight into it.
I swear to tell the whole truth as a professional flight attendant. Unfortunately for you, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm certain you are the killer.
It's strangely funny seeing Miles tied up. I wonder why.
This badge's design is said to reflect the relentlessness and discipline of law enforcement. It comes from the authority vested in us as strict protectors of the law. And executors of sentences, much like harsh winter frosts and blazing summer days. To wear it is to identify oneself as a prosecutor. But I have no interest in doing so.
Oh my god, wait, I don't have my badge on. Hold on, hold on. There we go. There we go. Now I'm outfitted for this.
Each prosecutor's badge is engraved with the number of its owner on the back. Numbers. As if we're not human on the inside like everyone else.
Travel wallet.
Picked up off the floor in front of the elevator. It isn't mine, so whose is it?
Byakuya Togami? From the hit game Danganronpa?
Crime scene notes. Body found at 6:15 a.m. inside the elevator stopped at the first floor lounge. Sky magazine. Details meals, movies, and other services inside.
There's only one movie on this flight? Complimentary services for all your dietary needs. Best restaurant in the skies. Featuring items from the world's finest restaurants. Treat yourself to the cuisine of the gods. All times shown correspond to our departure time zone. Thank you for choosing GoU Airlines. We wish to have a pleasant flight. If you require assistance at any time, please use the call button above your seat and a flight attendant will be with you shortly. So I guess the important part is the itinerary. Oh my god, wait, Chris Redfield! License to Love, Laugh, Maim.
The victim was seated in first class like myself, but I don't know his name. Rhoda Tenero, age 24. A GoU Airlines flight attendant charged with taking care of first class.
Man, I wonder what it's like to fly first class. I can't even afford cheapy student seats.
The scene I saw in front of the elevator. It was you standing there with fresh blood dripping off the murder weapon. So if you would please cooperate, we'll turn you over just as soon as we land.
That's it? That's her evidence?
I don't think you could ask for a more perfect witness attorney or testimony. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Edgeworth?
Not really. It's hardly perfect when there's a gaping hole in it. And I know a thing or two about gaping holes.
Hold it!
Tell me, what exactly puts the pro and professional flight attendant for you?
Well, it means we're very professional about how we take care of our passengers. Services like fetching of papers and responding to calls are done with speed and accuracy. I can assure you that I give testimonies with the same level of professionalism. But I'm sure you've already realized that by now, right?
It's a bit hard to appreciate your professionalism when I'm the one under suspicion.
And there you have it. My professional testimony is accurate and reliable.
Hold it!
You certainly seem sure of yourself.
Of course! A professional flight attendant can't afford to make mistakes after all.
Perhaps. But you must admit there are few who can look at a murder with a clear mind.
We attendants go through extensive training and are always calm and collected. Well, we'll even calmly serve you coffee if you so wish, as the plane makes a splashdown.
I fail to see how that would be a calm and rational thing to do in an emergency.
Even until the bitter end, we are there to serve the passengers. That is the duty of all professional flight attendants.
You certainly are confident. Anyway, shall we return to your testimony?
Hold it!
Yes? What did you see in front of the elevator?
That's what I was just about to tell you, Mr. Edgeworth. Framed by the elevator and bathed in the light coming from within.
Hold it!
The murder weapon dripping with blood. Really now?
I swear, that was the grisly scene I saw before me. Thank goodness it wasn't a passenger who saw, or there'd be widespread panic by now.
As I recall, you were quite panicked yourself at the time.
Excuse me?
You were scared enough to misread the situation and accuse me of murder.
Nonsense! Professional flight attendants cannot afford to be that flustered. I witnessed the murder scene and am now listening to your defense, all with a smile.
Apparently, you also lie with a smile on your face.
Hold it!
I'm not the culprit, and yet you would keep these restraints on me?
Mr. Edgeworth, please try to understand what kind of situation you're in right now.
What exactly is my situation?
I have the backing of the captain to keep you bound in this way. We are within our legal right to restrain anyone who might threaten our captain mid-flight. In essence, you're in the same situation as someone who's been arrested by the police.
So I'm to stay restrained until I can clear up all of her doubts? At least I'm close. Our mistake shines like the silver lining on a dark rain cloud. And I'm gonna capture some of that light with evidence! Objection! Miss Tenero!
What is with the yelling all of a sudden?
Force of habit. Well, it doesn't matter. Miss Tenero, you say you saw the murder weapon dripping with blood. Is that correct?
Yes, all that blood. Drip, drip, drip. Just recalling that scene sends a chill down my spine.
Sorry, but your so-called professional flight attendant training has failed you.
Oh, what?
I'd like to direct your attention to this! Do you know what this is?
It's a KK Slider travel wallet, right? But it looks a little big and bulky.
The thing you saw me holding when I discovered the dead body in the elevator was this very travel wallet, Miss Tenero.
What? Impossible!
Now then, do you still think I'm the killer? That I killed him with a travel wallet?
No, but I saw blood dripping from the wallet. I know I did.
As you can see, this wallet is clearly stained. But if you would be so kind as to take a whiff. Just smell that fresh boy smell. I think you'd agree it's only grape juice.
Then...
That's right. You mistook grape juice for blood! The murder weapon dripping with blood does not, in fact, exist.
No!
There. That should clear up that pesky accusation.
Hold it! Wait just a sec! That is... I mean, even a wallet could be deadly if it was wrapped around something heavy. I demand that you show me what's inside. Please.
She's trembling. And the tacked on please at the end. Sounds like I've got her.
There's no need to look inside. Even you can tell from its appearance that it's light.
No, I can't be sure of anything until I see the contents of that wallet for myself.
She's a persistent one. I suppose we have no choice but what to see what's inside. Miss Tenero, if you would be so kind as to open the wallet and check its contents for me.
All right. I usually don't pry inside passengers' belongings, but we have no choice here.
We'll give in Soup's face.
The Republic of Borginia?
It seems that this passport is all that's in here.
Good morning.
As you saw, there's nothing but a passport inside. This renders your wallet was the murder weapon argument moot. Wouldn't you agree?
Hold it! Please, hear me out, Mr. Edgeworth.
What is it now?
Well, I was wondering, whose passport is it exactly? Can I take a look?
Why not? I'm rather curious myself. This is...
Type P. Surname Togami. Given names Byakuya. Republic of Borginia. Akbe Hicks.
Just as I thought. This travel wallet belonged to Mr. Akbe Hicks, which makes it the victim's property. You stole the victim's wallet, didn't you?
How dare you!
You said it yourself. You claimed to be holding this wallet in your hands when I found you. Perhaps I did misconstrue the wallet for the murder weapon, but it seems I wasn't wrong about who the culprit is.
Miss Tenero's logic.
As you claim, the murder weapon is not the travel wallet. However, it is something you stole from Mr. Hicks after you were done with the vile deed. I find it hard to believe myself, but your motive was very simple. You were out to steal Mr. Hicks's shmoney, weren't you?
So even though I didn't have the murder weapon on me, you still suspect me. I see.
You stood up at the crime scene with the victim's wallet in your hands. How can I turn a blind eye and not suspect you of foul play?
Hold it!
Shouldn't that be proof enough for you that I did not murder the victim?
Not at all.
Oh? And why not?
Because that wallet may not have been what I thought it was.
It seems that this passport is all that's in here. Grape juice stains the outer cover. True, it was I who dropped it in the juice. However, I didn't do it out of ill intentions. It seems that this passport is all that's in there.
Now I have just a save slot there. Objection!
I wonder if I might get a word in, Miss Tenero.
What is it now?
Miss Tenero, I wonder if you noticed the contradiction within your own testimony.
What are you talking about?
It's simply impossible that the motive for this murder was monetary theft. One glance at the crime scene should have told you that. What about this scene would prove that the motive for the murder was not the shmoney?
Take that!
Take that! If I may direct your attention to the things strewn all over the floor. And that's right. The floor is covered in bills and coinage. By your rationale, these were the very things the killer was after. I think we can assume that the wallet during the victim's struggle with his killer. And I would think that the killer would have noticed something like shmoney scattering everywhere. Furthermore, as you can see, there was no effort made by the killer to go gather the shmoney.
But the wallet.
Objection!
Ah, yes, the wallet. You will also recall that the only thing in it was Mr. Hicks's passport. If you really are insisting that it was a crime based on greed, then you're claiming that it was all for an empty travel wallet!
Forgive me, please!
Hey, what the heck? Are you saying that the attendant's wrong? So that guy over there, he isn't
The killer.
Don't believe it, everyone. It's a trick. Will you all please be quiet?
Miss Tenero,
Yes?
you lost your cool when you saw the dead body. Plus, the lounge was dark and looking into the light from the elevator. It's easy to see how you mistook the wallet in my hand for the murder weapon. I take no offense that you thought that I was the killer.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Thank you for releasing me. What is it now? Miss Tenero, if you could please translate, I'd be much obliged.
It sounds like Originian, but
I love the pop emote so much. I really want to get one. It looks so cute. If you guys want to speak in Borginian, just put your favorite emotes, your favorite Twitch emotes in the chat, I guess.
I don't understand any of it. And there's another attendant on this flight who...
I said that he's giving the runabout! Ugh. I don't require an interpreter. I speak English just well. See? You, the attendant.
Yes, sir.
I want this person under the arrest until we arrive at the airport.
I'm sorry, sir, but what exactly are you hoping for?
What is it you want? I'm finished talking to the likes of you.
Please, I would like to hear why you would like me to be held under arrest until we land.
You! How dare you waste my time!
I'm like looking, I had to look at the timeline of the release for these games because I had to remember if Apollo came out first or if Edgeworth came out first. And Apollo was first, so Borginia is like, it's a throwback to Apollo then. Rather than this game coming up with it and then Apollo running with it.
You were the one who stuck your nose into my affairs!
I want you to spend even at least one more second with my precious art! I have no time for other things. I know what you are.
Move, I'm gay.
I see through you, gay boy. Insolvent. Yes, I'm pretty sure that's how you say it in English.
Well, I should hope I'm not monetarily bankrupt, because I don't think that's what you meant. I'm sorry, but I don't think I caught your name.
I am Zinc LeBlanc II. I am a very wealthy man in the Borginia. But I am not an ordinary rich man. I am an arch dealer, a rich seller of beauty. Have you ever heard of Crazy Red's Emporium? Yes, that's one of the subsidiaries of my business.
Mr. LeBlanc, what do you mean just now?
Pardon?
When you said that Mr. Edgeworth was giving me the runabout.
I have to explain? Unbelievable! I will say it once, and only once. I do not even have a second to waste. Time is money, as they say.
Yes, and yet you continue to blather on.
I saw it. Yes, I did. I saw the victim go into the elevator. Going down to the lounge. It was exactly at 6 o'clock.
License to love, laugh, mayhem, and murder. And what is the significance of that time?
At 6, he says.
Wait, you saw him at 6? What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth?
He understands, I see. Miss Attendant, what time did you discover the body?
Well, it was a little after that patch of turbulence, so I would say around 6:15.
Hicks was his name, was it? Then I say that man Hicks was killed in the 15-minute time span. And the only person in the lounge at that time was this prosecutor, yes?
This guy is so... Oh my god! Wait, he's just like the, what's his name? Yeah, I was in my seat the entire time! Me too! I was just watching the movie and enjoying a fine glass of grape juice!
I was still eating. I still haven't finished, see?
Okay, plain Kieran. No, wait, what's that guy's name? The Metaphor Refantasio guy, the thumb man, the balloon man.
The other passengers have an alibi, so you have no problem with them, I suppose. No complaint, I see. Not a single word against this, right?
I have no way of discounting what you have put forth at this point, but it wasn't me.
Oh, so you say. But do you have what you say? The evidence?
Balloon here. Give me a second. Let me pull him up. It's not only a bit, but it's also just the truth.
Mr. Edgeworth, are you really the culprit after all?
Mr. LeBlanc, I suppose you're quite certain in what you saw? Enough to give testimony?
Of course! I was looking at that man the whole time! He was playing with that annoying little, small machine the whole time!
Machine?
Yes, that's what you people call it in English, yes? It was making me crazy with the click, click, clicky, clicky!
From that description, it sounds like some sort of small computer.
I believe what Mr. LeBlanc is talking about is called a cell phone. I have to say that I did see him playing with it quite a bit myself.
A simple cell phone. A laptop or organizer I can see, but that's kind of low budget.
There you go. See? Am I not right? This man is gonna have a heart attack? Or is he trying to fart and having zero luck? Here, I'll help you out, buddy. There you go. Do you feel better?
I hate that noisy little machine in his hand! Not a fragment of beauty! All of it produces is ugly sounds! Anyway, I know what I saw!
Miss Tenero,
Yes?
I was wondering if I might be granted permission to examine the crime scene.
What? You want to examine the crime scene?
If you would grant me a little measure of time, I'm sure I can produce the real culprit.
I don't like the sound of that. Fox and the duck pen. Yes, I think that's how you say it in English.
It's Fox guarding the hen house. I believe my innocence was proven earlier. And if I'm given the chance, I can clear up all the remaining doubts. Miss Tenero, if you wait until we arrive, there's a good chance that some evidence will have been destroyed by then.
I understand. Let me see what the captain has to say.
Ha! This should not be approved!
Please, Mr. LeBlanc, in an emergency, all decisions are made by the captain alone. Now please wait here while I go ask the captain what to do. I will be right back.
You're not planning to erase evidence when you're doing your investigation, yes?
Of course not.
We will see.
This man pisses me off so much.
Mr. Edgeworth, you have the captain's permission to investigate the crime scene.
What? Unbelievable!
I'm in your debt, Miss Tenero.
However, there is one condition. I'm to supervise you. Can you agree to that?
Of course. I see no problem with that stipulation. It's only natural that I am still a suspect in this case.
I take full responsibility and will watch Mr. Edgeworth's every move. this is reassurance enough that there will be no foul play. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, shall we proceed? If you should need my help with anything, please feel free to use the X button to talk. She's my assistant in this case?
It's time to head to the scene of the crime. The first floor lounge.
What if we just left him here and he's just fuming and he pops an aneurysm and then we never have to see him again?
Hurry up and investigate! Time should not be wasted! Precious as human time is how you say it, I believe.
Yeah, let the cops take it from there. I also didn't ask, pop or flop, these flight attendants.
Are you in need of assistance?
Miss Tenero, I'd like to ask you about investigating the lounge.
As long as you have the captain's permission, I can't stop you from looking around.
If you could pass a message along, tell him I'm grateful for his spirit of cooperation.
I will. However, please realize you're still under suspicion. To be honest, I still have my doubts about you.
Of course, and I take no offense.
Do you really understand what I'm saying?
Yes, verily.
Do you pinky swear you do, in your honor as a professional prosecutor?
I pinky swear I do on my honor as a professional prosecutor.
Well, I guess that settles that.
I feel my honor as a man slowly diminishing.
Even if you show that to me, I still cannot allow you free rein. I'm sorry, but I must admit I still do have my doubts about you.
Guilty until proven innocent, I see.
Pop or flop, Miss Britney Spears here.
This leads to the emergency escape hatch. You can't go there mid-flight.
What's the probability that the criminal escaped through here?
100%. Oh, let me finish my thought. I'm 100% certain they didn't.
When I'm searching for an answer, only complete thoughts need apply.
Pop if she got her hair dealt with.
Excuse me, but may I have a word with you? You there!
We'll give him a little bit more.
If you need something, please ask Miss Rhoda over there, okay?
Wait, no, I should do Britney voice.
If you need something, please ask Miss Rhoda over there, okay?
What the? Hey! Wake up, you!
I'm terribly sorry that she's being so rude, Mr. Edgeworth.
No need for you to apologize. I just find it hard to believe she's asleep on the job. If I were her boss, I'd see to it that her salary was cut so low that it was in the red.
In order to preserve the crime scene, I'm afraid the elevator is not in service. To get to the first floor lounge, we should take the stairs.
Up airplane with 2 floors?
This was Mr. Hicks's seat. I don't see the machine Mr. LeBlanc was talking about.
Perhaps it was in the elevator.
Maybe. We should probably head down to the crime scene now.
Jumbo jets. Have you ever been on a jumbo jet before?
It's my seat. Unfortunately, I didn't bring anything particularly useful for an investigation. It's not as if I'm constantly prepared for such a thing to occur.
Flight to the Philippines, really?
Don't get near me, you criminal! He said, don't get near me, you criminal.
I am not. And I intend to prove that starting now.
But that's contrary to the facts. He says, but that's contrary to the facts.
I can understand his English just fine. Thank you very much. If I may have a word with you.
This steak, it's so awesome.
Had a connecting flight to Tokyo, took a jumbo jet to get there and a normal jet to Manila. So you had like a really cool flight to Tokyo and then like a whatever flight to the Philippines?
That's great to hear. However, I would like to ask you a few questions.
I was here the whole time. Would it know?
Eat or speak. Please pick one.
I think he chose to eat.
Yes, I can hear that. Hey, miss, how about another glass? Excuse me, but I was wondering if you knew anything about the murder. How about it? How about a glass together, hey? Sorry, but I already have a boyfriend. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the cute attendant.
I'm sorry, but I'm on the clock right now. But if you need a refill, I'd be happy to bring you another glass at any time.
You got it, Toots. That's no way to talk to a lady. March 12th, 7:16 a.m. Flight G390. First floor. Lounge. I want to thank you for your help back there, Miss Tenero.
Thank you, Edgeworth. Edgeworth is the last surviving proof of chivalry. I don't think guys who toots is attractive. I think men that act like that in general are so disgusting and so stinky.
It was nothing. You should thank the captain for granting you permission. And just so everything is perfectly clear, I still don't trust you. Your standing with me hasn't changed one iota.
I see. I will bear that in mind.
I love that every time she comes on stream, she has to like make it very clear that she does not like us. That's a real bitch. Affectionate.
I received an order from the captain earlier. He wanted you to know that. We reserve the right to stop your investigation if we feel you are not making progress. And when we do, he asks that you please return to your seat at that time.
So my time runs out at his and his crew's discretion, does it? I have to find a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc's testimony before time's up. I understand. By the way, is there any place you can think of which...
Of the killer!
...might hide on board?
I don't think so. After every first-class passenger was accounted for at his or her seat, we made a thorough search of the plane. As for business and economy class, no one can move between the two classes and first class without a staff key card. And we found no record of a key card being used at all.
Which means that I have a first-class killer on my hands.
Oh my god, hero style, hi!
He's my best friend.
Wait, look. Kiro. Now that you've played the demo, I have to show you this screenshot I took. Do you agree with this assessment? Am I right or am I right?
At least I know that much for sure. And one other thing. No one else has been allowed near this crime scene since the murder was discovered either. First floor lounge. Now then, let's get started.
But where should we start from?
Let's start with Mr. LeBlanc's statements. The crime scene occurred between 6 a.m. and 6:15 a.m. During that interval, the only person in the lounge was myself, which would make me the prime suspect. However, since I did not kill Mr. Hicks, it means that
killer
was around somewhere.
You get arrested. Do I look patriotic, murderer?
If we are to believe what you say is true, then yes.
The first order of business will be to gather information to win your trust. What or who is this?
This is a bronze statue of the founder of Go U Airlines, Mr. Hugo Hughes.
Oh, Hugo! Oh, Hugo!
The one on the left is when he was in his 40s, and
The other one is him in his 80s.
Did the man age at all over these 4 decades? Maybe I need to squint more. A pity that a bronze statue knows not when good drink has been spilt at its feet.
this is a statue of our founder, Mr. Hugo Hughes, who was a big fan of grape juice. I'm sure he would be thrilled if he knew so much grape juice was here at his feet.
I love that they censored wine to grape juice.
Is that a hint of hero worshipping I detect? There's some spilled grape juice in front of the elevator.
Like, let's be real here. We know the kids that play this game know this is wine.
I assume it was spilled during the turbulence.
Oh, we must clean that up or someone might get hurt.
Aha!
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
Grape juice to spilled jelly-filled donuts?
I've found some very important evidence. What is the important piece of evidence in this scene?
Take that!
Take that!
What is it?
They're a little smudged, but I think we can both agree that they are a set of footprints.
So you think?
Yes. These belong to our killer.
Oh, then maybe we should check the shoe sizes of everyone in first class.
She just wants an excuse to see some feet.
I don't think that will be of any help to us. The body was found in a pool of his own raspberry preserves. Unfortunately, the prints are too smudged, which will make it hard to get a definitive match.
Oh, I see.
This expression is so funny.
Glasses and candles thrown into disarray by the turbulence. It's been a while since I've seen this big of a mess.
It's terribly embarrassing, but I thought it was an earthquake for a second. And I frantically started searching for gas valves to be shut off.
I guess the shaking of the plane was bad enough to be mistaken for a real earthquake. Not that I would know, since I was unconscious for most of it.
Man, so I told you guys how I went to Knott's Berry Farm with Raisina the other day, right? Knott's Berry Farm is like known for their boysenberries, which are basically like a sweeter version of a blackberry. And I really wish I took some like jam home, like boysenberry jam, or like, have you guys ever seen these cookies around? Wait. I know they sell these at like gas stations and stuff, but I grew up with these and these were so yummy. Wait, let me know if have you guys ever seen these before? Sorry, it always takes a bit for me to like pull something up on stream. Have you guys ever seen these cookies before? These are so good. It's like a soft shortbread cookie, and then on the center is like a little bit of jam. If you guys have never had these before, please try them. They're really, really, really good. They have them in boysenberry, they have them in strawberry. They're just so yummy.
The in-flight shop is just beyond these shutters. But we don't have permission to open them, so I'm afraid I must leave them closed.
There must still be clues to be found here in this lounge. I must remain ever vigilant. These counter windows offer a glimpse of the sky, but these clouds, they tell me nothing.
Mr. Edgeworth, you look like you're talking to the clouds.
Is that so? Then tell me. Oh, what do you suppose I said to them?
I don't know, but it looked like a rather one-sided conversation.
The clouds, they tell me nothing.
Yeah, I gotta grab some too. They're really good. If you ever get the chance to try them, you should. They're so good. Just any sort of cookie with like a fruit jam on top. Mmm, yummy.
This toppled over chair. Yet another victim of the turbulence.
No! Look at all that grape juice staining the back! It may not look it, but this chair was extremely valuable.
It was.
Yes, it was used when the Rocker Pals came to tour this plane. The Rocker Pals leader sat in this very chair.
I'm sorry, but what are these rocker pals?
I can't believe you've never heard of them. They're all the rage. The Rocker Pals are an extremely popular international band. They added the pals part as they became more popular, especially among teens.
Ah, that explains it. I'm not really one for the music of today.
Edgeworth is such a boomer!
Wesley, thank you for following and joining the Konstellations. Welcome in to the stream.
Maybe I should ask Detective Gumshoe about them later. On second thought, I can already see how confusing this conversation would get.
He heard the word pal and thought of his friend Gumshoe. Friend, quotation marks.
This grand piano is the pride of this plane. It can play the music of whatever CD we insert into its CD drive.
That's not a piano, it's more like an overgrown music box.
Oh, but it's easy to press along with the music, as though there really is someone playing it.
Some people have entirely too much money to waste on overly complex toys. There are a few copies of Sky Magazine in the magazine rack.
This month's special is an English trivia quiz.
That's not a bad idea. I've heard that the youth of today don't know a particle from a participle.
Now, please don't go around confusing people with made-up words, Mr. Edgeworth. Who's ever heard of such a silly word as participle?
Case in point.
This guy thinks he's so smart.
These bottles and glasses must have been broken by the turbulence. There's quite a bit of broken glass here. Please be careful when passing through the area.
Thank you very much for the warning, Mr. Edgeworth. However, no matter how kind you are towards me, know that it doesn't clear up any suspicions I have about you.
I wasn't warning you for the sake of clearing my name. This door leads to the
flight attendant's room. But please understand that it's off limits to unauthorized personnel.
The room is giving off the scent of a woman's perfume. One would think that perfume would smell great. However, to me, it simply smells.
Edgeworth, we get it, you're gay.
Not that I have any interest in what lies behind this door.
Edgeworth, we get it, you're fruity!
Perhaps we should return to the investigation, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth?
Sorry, I spaced out for a second there.
Edgeworth was trying so hard to prove that he's gay to himself.
What floors does this elevator service?
Only the first and second, although it can also go down to the cargo hold. However, that requires a flight crew keycard.
So the only floors accessible to the passengers are the first and second, huh? I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Money is strewn all over the floor of the elevator. I would guess it was all Mr. Hicks's wallet at some point. I doubt anyone was expecting to find Byakuya Togami's dead body in an elevator on this flight.
So, Mr. Togami, he's really dead?
Yes. She's trembling, although I can't fault her for that when there's a corpse right there.
Mr. Togami, if you're really dead, then please answer yes.
I see she's over the trembling now, although a new symptom seems to have appeared. Anyway, I should focus on the victim's body. Let's see. There's blood on the back of Mr. Hicks's head. Could this be the cause of death? He appears to have been struck very hard. Even his glasses are broken. What is this sinister-looking figure on the floor here?
Oh, that's a piggy bank of our company mascot, Captain Yugo. It was just one of the many pieces of merchandise we sell here at our in-flight shop. This bank is a limited edition, and so popular that we're down to our last one.
You have an in-flight shop?
Yes, it's just beyond the lounge to the right. The shutter to the store is closed at the moment. But it was open to the whole flight up until Mr. Hicks's body was discovered.
There's blood on here. Could this have been the murder weapon?
Okay, so now we have some puzzle pieces. So let's save.
A statue with blood on it lying next to the body of a man who was beaten to death.
Mr. Edgeworth, I think you figured something out.
Yes? What is it?
The way the blood is on this, it looks like it matches up with the wound on his head.
Well, aren't we deserving of the Master of the Obvious title?
Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Don't you think that's worth investigating?
It would appear that this figurine is our murder weapon.
Oh, I just knew it! I mean, I can't think of another object connection.
Perhaps Master of the Oblivious would be more befitting.
Well, let's save.
Oh! The pieces don't fit quite together right.
No, he's taking mental damage.
The loading's a little slow for an Ace Attorney game, especially on Switch.
True. There wasn't anyone else in the lounge other than myself right before the turbulence. But if the killer was in the elevator along with the victim, then that's a different story.
Maybe just wait. Oh, for sure. I bet. We really need that Switch 2 soon.
Not exactly a shining example of the perfect line of logic. I have it!
I'm sorry, but I don't understand, Mr. Edgeworth.
I can prove that someone other than myself was here around the time of the murder.
What? Really?
Yes. It's rather simple, actually. The proof is in the pudding. Or rather, the grape juice in this case. These footsteps here confess to me this very fact. That someone exited the elevator alive. Seeing as how the victim is dead, that would mean a second person.
But couldn't the footprints be from Mr. Hicks himself?
Oh, but if you take a look at our victim's shoes, you can see the soles are spotless.
Which means...
Mr. Hicks wasn't alone in the elevator. In fact, it's quite the opposite. There were actually one other person inside this elevator.
What else do I need? Or I guess it doesn't show me the check mark because it wants me to look into it. Okay. What else? Do I show something to her?
I was wondering if you noticed anything, Miss Tenero.
Yes, I can't help but notice the sad atmosphere in here.
Yes, it's a rather tragic crime.
I'll say, robbing the poor man after bludgeoning him to death, talking about rubbing in the salt. I can't forgive someone who would do this to a passenger of mine. I swear as a professional flight attendant that I will capture the culprit with my own hands.
And I promise as a prosecutor to solve this case with logic and deduction. I should go over all the leads I've collected so far one more time. The key to solving this lies at the intersection of my logic and the evidence. If these footprints do in fact belong to the culprit, then I would say it was very careless to leave them.
Good morning, Shuya. No, we have not seen her yet. But also, please, as always, guys, I'm playing this blind, so don't hint to anything coming up, even though I know from the thumbnail who we're gonna meet.
Then I would say it was very careless to leave them.
If I was a killer, I swear that as a professional killer, I'd never leave footprints behind.
That's all well and good, but I'm afraid it's of little use in our pursuit of the killer. I feel like I'm still missing a link or two.
Even if you show that to me.
I'm glad that the evidence, the like tech skip is really fast. Because even sometimes the skip in other games, it's a little bit slow for my taste. Oh, his face.
I wonder what was hanging off of this lanyard. Something's missing from this picture. Now if I can just put my finger on it. There's something sticking out of his pocket. Hope he won't mind if I take a look at what's inside. It's a picture. It looks like it was taken inside a building somewhere.
Oh, wait, no, hold on. The deduce button, so we're almost there.
Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence that I hold?
Eureka!
Mr. Hicks's machine is nowhere to be found.
His machine?
His cell phone, Miss Tenero.
Ah, so I guess it's because it's not here.
Yes, I think we can safely deduce that the killer took it.
Missing cell phone data, jot down in my organizer. How do we know what his cell phone looks like?
Woohoo!
What's going on over there?
The Borginian triggered that motorcyclist.
Unforgivable! This is unforgivable! Do you understand what I'm saying? The movie is late! It is the same level of bad as if the airplane arrived late!
You found me. But the movie...
What? I will not talk to you anymore. You're just wasting my time!
What is the matter, Mr. LeBlanc? If there is no emergency, please return to your seat, sir.
Do not tell me what to do! I need to not sit down! Well, Mr. Prosecutor, did you prove you're innocent yet?
I'm not that innocent. Oops, I did it again. If you would like, I will prove my innocence to you right now.
What? Nonsense! Are you saying my eyewitness testimony's mistaken?
Not mistaken. Merely that it is room for doubt. I'd be most honored if you could please tell me what you saw in detail once more.
Fine. Suit yourself.
Oh, I hate this guy. This guy is making me like have an aneurysm just reading his dialogue.
What I saw... I'm certain that I saw Mr. Hicks enter that elevator. It was when the needles on my pocket watch pointed on the 6 and the 12. The body was discovered 15 minutes after that in the lounge, yes? Then you, the only person in the lounge at the time, must be the criminal.
Mr. LeBlanc's conclusion seems to make logical sense. After all, the only person in the lounge at the supposed time of the murder was me.
So, my eyewitness testimony, if you think you can destroy it, then come, let me see. Hurry! Do I look like a man who's having the time to wait for you?
Why is he so irritated? I'm the one accused of murder here. Anyway, I must find a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc's account somehow, and fast.
Hold it!
Mr. LeBlanc, are you able to get a good look at the inside of the elevator at that time?
Of course! I saw what was inside.
And you are sure that the victim was in the elevator alone?
Yes! The only person inside was that Mr. Hicks man.
This last outburst is a bit too important to let go.
Hold it!
Was he really alone?
Of course! I will bet even 1 cent.
A cheap ante for a cheap testimony. But if that's how you want to play it, I will happily take your 1 cent.
Hold it!
I assume the pocket watch in this case is the one you keep checking. Is that correct?
Oh, you noticed! It is a very expensive antique, I will have you know. This feeling is wonderful when I fully wind it up by hand.
It does look very well designed, and quite classy.
I will have to charge you if you want to touch it.
That's quite all right. Let's continue with your testimony.
What a cheap man you are! Now return the time you wasted back to me! And if we must, I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator at 6 o'clock.
Hold it!
It's true that I found the victim's body at 6:15.
And that's when I found the two of them as well.
You see? It all matches my testimony!
Hold it!
And that is the most mistaken way of thinking I've ever heard of.
Hold it! No, your silly opinion is what is mistaken!
Please calm down, the both of you. In a sense, you are both mistaken.
Well, if that isn't the pot calling the kettle black, then I don't know what is. I spy a little hole in his words. As you wish, Mr. LeBlanc. I will now show you proof of my innocence!
I'm ready.
Objection!
Oh, fuck. No, I was gonna do the same thing again.
Objection! Mr. LeBlanc,
What is it?
there's a very glaring contradiction in your testimony!
What do you mean?
Please take a look at the area in front of the elevator. There, at the spilled grape juice.
Yes, and? Will you admit that you also spilled it with the blood?
No, it spilled itself during the turbulence. But the interesting thing here is the set of grape-juiced footprints.
Footprints?
Yes, the ones that lead from within the elevator out into the lounge itself. It's evidence that proves that someone other than Mr. Hicks exited the elevator alive! There must have been another person in the elevator with Mr. Hicks. Now then, I'm done playing games. Why don't you tell us the truth?
Can you please translate for us? You found me. No way. That's totally impossible. I guess that's what he said.
No way! That is totally impossible! I know there was no other person in there! I saw it with my own eyes!
If you want to know what I think, Mr. Edgeworth, I don't think Mr. LeBlanc is lying to us.
I suppose she's right. He doesn't seem to be lying. But then what does it mean? What about this contradiction? Mr. LeBlanc, please, just once more, will you recall the details of what you witnessed for me?
I was very upset when Mr. Hicks passed by my seat. I was always checking the time over and over again. I happened to follow that man with my eyes when he passed me. And I saw clearly into the elevator he was entering. But I swear there was no one else inside! No one!
Mr. LeBlanc, if you would please calm down.
What? Dare you two have an issue with my eyewitness testimony?
No, not at all. Please forget I said anything.
Yet again, he doesn't appear to be lying. But I can't let this testimony stand as the truth.
Mr. LeBlanc had the fish and is now paying the price with that look on his face. His expressions are so ugly, but that's what makes this so good. Like, they really just put so much into these sprites. I love it.
Hold it!
So, are you still upset now?
I'm always upset! The only time I'm not is when I have a piece of art in my hands!
It's surprisingly easy to believe that about him.
But I was even more upset when Mr. Hicks walked by me!
Hold it!
Why were you so attentive to the time?
Because something unforgivable was happening!
Come to think of it, you were yelling about something unforgivable earlier.
I was giving a complaint to the attendant about the movie starting time. Return back to me my time in money. You understand the point?
Movie? Is he talking about the in-flight one that was mentioned in the magazine? A summary of the plot and its start time. Interesting.
They were supposed to show License to Love, Laugh, Maim, and Murder. I cannot see that movie in my country. You can only see it on international flights. I looked forward greatly to that movie. I checked my pocket watch whenever possible so that I would not miss it. I even set my pocket watch to the destination time when I came on board. So my watch is not wrong. It matched the schedule. But the movie was still late. Very, 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 very late.
Hold it!
Your pocket watch. I'd like to ask you a little more about it, if that's all right.
I prepared for this. I knew exactly what I needed to do.
Objection!
Oh, fuck! What? I was so confident!
Hold it!
So this movie you mentioned, is it the one listed in the Sky magazine?
Yes. I was so looking forward to watching License to Love, Lame, Math, and Murder.
Miss Tanero, was this movie shown on this flight?
Yes, it was shown at the scheduled time.
Isn't it possible you simply slept through it by accident?
Nonsense, you doubt me!
No! Now stop pointing at me like that! Odd. How did he miss a movie that was clearly hoping to see?
I checked my pocket watch a great number of times. That much I know for sure.
Oh, okay. There we go. There we go. That's what it is.
Objection!
See, I was right. I knew. I'm a genius.
Mr. LeBlanc, you said this just now in your testimony.
I even set my pocket watch to the destination time when I came on board.
Now, if your watch has been set to our destination's time zone, it would mean that your watch is displaying the time of our destination.
Yes, and the correct time is worth its 6 cents.
I would like you to take a look at this. If you believe this Sky magazine, clocks on this flight run in accordance with the time of our departure time zone. Of course, the movie was also created with that in mind. Miss Tanero, for confirmation's sake, what time zone is this flight aligned to right now?
Well, we made a short stop at a transfer point.
That's right. It was in that small Asian country, the Republic of Jungfa.
But we didn't readjust our onboard clocks at that time. So right now we're still running on Borshinian time.
Well, what?
The time difference between Borginia and our destination is 9 hours. In that case, it's only natural that your watch would be out of sync with the schedule.
What?
Further, with your analog watch set to our destination's time, it would appear to be running 3 hours fast when compared to the flight's onboard clocks. It also changes everything about your testimony. And you can bet 1,000,000 cents on that. In light of this information, it means you saw Mr. Hicks 3 hours prior at 3 a.m. This should clear up all of the remaining accusations.
So this technically widens the time frame for the time of the death, right?
Yes, because Mr. LeBlanc saw the victim enter the elevator at 3 a.m. It means that the time of death could be anywhere from 3 to 6:15 a.m. The question now is where Mr. Hicks was during that span of time, and what he was doing.
I've got something to say.
And you are?
You found me? Yeah, oh, I'm Cammy Neal, also known as Britney Spears. I'm a flight attendant.
And what is it you wish to say?
Well, I think your story's a little different from how I remember it. What do you mean, Cammy? I saw Mr. Hicks sitting in his seat at 5 a.m., you know.
What? How can you be so sure of the time?
Oh, that's right! He pushed his call button when we were parked at the transfer point.
A message from Captain Hugo. This flight will be making a brief stop to refuel and transfer cargo in the Republic of Zhengfa between 4 and 5 a.m. We ask that all passengers remain on board at that time. Thank you for your cooperation. She looks more of a Hannah Montana. Ooh.
Ah, the stop we made for refueling and cargo transfer in Zhengfa, correct?
Oh my god, wait, does this mean we're gonna meet? Yeah! We need to change wine to grape juice, but we're good on Hannah's uniform. I know, I can't believe they kept it as is.
Yes, it was from 4 to 5 a.m. according to our clocks.
And during that time, did any of the passengers leave or did any new ones board this flight?
No. Not a single person got on or off in Zhengfa.
What about the flight crew?
The few who were handling the cargo transfer might have temporarily gotten on or off.
Why does she look like this? She's got no, like, pupils, no shiny whites in her eye. Her zitties are just hanging out like I'm playing Resident Evil 4.
But eventually, everyone, including Cammy and myself, came back on the plane.
So basically, I can assume that no one left or got on since our initial takeoff. Interesting. I should keep that in mind.
Yeah, and I answered his call. I can tell you Mr. Abby Hicks was in there in his seat when we took off again at 5 a.m.
All right. And that puts the time of the murder between 5 and 6:15 a.m.
Okay, now what time did you come down to the lounge, Mr. Edgeworth?
I remember coming down here almost as soon as we left the Republic of Zhengfa.
You were here from the whole time from 5, yes? And you are the only one who could have been the killer!
Mr. Edgeworth, were you really here in this lounge the entire time from 5 a.m. onwards?
Unfortunately, yes.
But then, how do we explain the footprints?
Is it not obvious? This man waited for Mr. Hicks here in his lounge, waited to kill him! And then he put his corpse into the elevator. That is when the turbulence happened. My eyewitness testimony may have been mistaken, but what time I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator on the second floor does not matter. Because the entire incident concluded here in this lounge.
Sophia, thank you for following. I'm so sorry you have to follow during this time.
Everything happened in this lounge? Is that what you really believe, Mr. LeBlanc?
Do you have another idea?
I simply feel that there is something out of place in the scenario you presented.
Thank you, I'll save my game right now.
Is there something that can tie this crime to a location other than this lounge?
What do you mean I'm having a lot? No, it's because he's so nasty.
That's right. Ace
Ace Attorney TV!
There's some blood on one of the corners. Could this piggy bank be the murder weapon?
Take that!
Take that!
Huh. I don't need to hear your wildest.
Take that!
Take that! The murder weapon. This little piggy bank is sold in the in-flight shop. It's sold there and only there, and is not displayed here in this lounge. Now then, did it find its way here? Don't you find that tiny bit suspicious?
Such a trivial point. It only means you prepared it, taking it from the shop first before coming here. Doesn't prove you're innocent at all.
Is there no way to win this man?
Hold it! If I may.
What is it?
You see. Well, it's just as Mr. Edgeworth says.
Oh, and why do you know this so well?
Well, it's just that. The piggy bank was there in the shop. I saw it with my own eyes.
And when was this?
It was maybe around 5:40 a.m.
Isn't that just before we hit that patch of turbulence?
That's right.
You were in the shop just before the turbulence?
Yes, I was.
Come to think of it. Miss Tenero, when I found the body, I believe you came out of that door.
Yes, I did.
And what is beyond that door?
That's the Dark Souls boss fight arena, and also the flight attendant's room.
Then, you were on the first floor?
Yes. I had to do something at the shop and in the flight attendant's room. So I went to the shop first, and then to the flight attendant's room.
Are you saying that you passed by me at some point?
Yes, you seemed really into the issue of Sky magazine you were reading at the time. I don't suppose you noticed me walking by.
I vaguely recall someone walking by, but didn't take notice of who it was.
Anyway, the piggy bank was definitely there at the shop when I was there.
Why did you go to the shop in the first place?
I went there for a work-related matter.
Work, you say?
Yes, the upkeep of the shop is also one of my responsibilities.
Why did you not say anything about that until now is what I wanted to know.
In any case, I believe it's clear that the shop needs to be investigated as well.
Shall we head over there then? Hold it!
What is it now?
Aren't you forgetting something, Mr. Rhoda? Miss Rhoda, don't you need the captain's permission to check the shop? No, I haven't forgotten. But I've already asked him for permission to search the entire plane. So I think we're all right. Huh? That seems weird.
What is?
Well, I just talked to the captain, see? And he said that he didn't give you permission to do anything like that at all.
What is the meaning of this, Miss Tenero?
It means she's lying. Go on. Admit that you are. You said you had permission to search all over, but that you don't. And yet, here you are.
You, flight attendant! What are you trying to do? Pull the sheep over us?
The captain's calling for you, Miss Rhoda. Oh, but don't worry. I already got the permission to search the shop from the captain. See, unlike you, I do things the right way.
Miss Tenero, why would you do such a thing?
Please excuse me. Looks like I get to be in charge now. Please go back to your seat, Mr. LeBlanc. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go shopping. If you'd like to follow me, I'll be your guide from now on.
And there's something about Miss Spears that's piqued my curiosity. But right now, investigating the in-flight shop is my top priority.
You found me. Welcome in, Blue Box. Hope you're doing good.
Miss Spears, about investigating the in-flight shop. You're of no use to me asleep. Wake up!
You found me. Huh? What's up?
I need you to come with me so I can search the shop.
Go on ahead without me. I'll catch up with you later.
How is this woman not fired yet?
Oh, I'm really mad. You'd better hurry and bring me some evidence.
If you could wait just a little while longer while we look into the shop.
Don't number the birds before they're born.
Don't number the... What? I have no idea what he's trying to say. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, perhaps? All I ask of you is your patience and cooperation.
Mr. Edgeworth, that's the attendance room.
Please excuse me. It was a simple mistake.
You made a mistake, didn't you? Why don't you just come out and say it?
That's exactly what I just said. I made a small mistake.
Don't nod off while I'm talking.
Where we go to the in-flight shop?
Of course. I still fully intend to.
Okay, well, the shop is over there. Don't forget now.
March 12th, 8:32 a.m. Flight G390. First floor. In-flight shop.
Of the killer!
Wait, not that.
Wendy!
So, this is the in-flight shop. Ugh, it's quite a mess in here.
You think? Guess I'll have to clean up things up then, teehee.
Hold on! You can't clean up a potential crime scene!
Oh, thank goodness. I hate cleaning so much. I'd much rather go shopping.
I mustn't rush things here. I must remain cool, calm, and collected. And also fun, fresh, and cute. Because this piggy bank was left at the crime scene. There's a very good chance that the killer had paid this place a visit.
I love that no one gets what the hell I'm referencing. It's this TikTok series from this TikToker that I got obsessed with because of a stream that I watched. If anything, I'm more obsessed with the stream's representation of that TikTok than the actual TikTok itself.
What are these?
Oh, those are our company's completely original line of suitcases. They're practically flying at the door. That's how popular they are. You should buy one and see how you like it. You won't regret it.
Perhaps that's how things work on this flight. But in the real world, you try, then buy.
No way. But either way, it doesn't really matter.
True. Either way, why would anyone buy a suitcase after they've boarded the plane?
Anyway, see that? Just look at the Captain Yuko heads painted on there. Cute company mascot, isn't he? They're painted on with a lot of care. Doesn't he look like he's about to jump out at you?
It's certainly making something jump inside my stomach.
Huh? Oh, I guess there's no fooling you refined taste.
Huh?
You look like you really wanted to get one. And I thought I was going to finally make my first sale, but you saw right through it. Glad that's done, though. Never make me try to give you a sales pitch ever again, okay?
But I never showed any interest in to begin with.
Hey, Biddle. It really is pretty horrible, isn't it? You want to know something? This suitcase was designed by Miss Rhoda.
Mr. Nero designed this?
Yeah, it was a company-wide contest.
Well, it does have a very sharp design sense.
Sharp? Like stinky sharp cheddar, maybe? I really have no idea why Bigwigs decided to go with it. It's so bleh.
Miss Tenero designed this, did she? It's definitely not what I would have expected.
You okay?
Ugh, I'm fine. Please watch yourself, Miss Meal. Letting a suitcase freely roll around has got to be a safety violation.
Here, I'll put it back. I don't know much about this shop, but you can still ask me about whatever.
So what do you think about what has happened regarding this case?
Oh, I don't know. I guess you think you're the killer, though, Mr. Edgeworth.
I can assure you that I'm here in this shop to prove just the opposite, Samara!
Yeah, but it was me that got you the permission to look around, you know. So don't forget that, okay?
How am I supposed to thank you properly if you just insist on falling asleep?
Well, you know what I really wanted to show you, thanks? You see that item for sale over there?
Sorry, but you're gonna have to do without my words of appreciation. Beautiful flowers in a beautiful arrangement. I feel cleansed just by looking at them.
Well, you're kind of stepping on a few of them, you know, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh, excuse me.
There are no signs of work energy in that girl's eyes. She's just like me for real, for real.
Inside this display case is a row of lifesavers and life vests for sale.
We sell a lot of those when there's some kind of accident or something. But some people buy them even when nothing's going on. How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? Care to buy one?
I sense that this shop is one shopper away from being sued. There are all kinds of luxury and name brand merchandise for sale in this display case. And they're lined up in just such a manner as to scream, "Buy me," to any passersby.
What if I tried reading? I'm gonna try a different voice when I read her, just to see if I can also do that. I need to pull up Chrissy Schlepeka. I want to do the bimbo girl voice. Wait, talk. Say something.
So why would I waste my goddamn time?
She's like twerking in front of like a Jesus person.
Who is a bimbo? What is a bimbo? There are multiple questions that I've been getting from millennials. Who is the Gen Z bimbo?
Okay, I got it.
Stuffed toys, just like the one Miss Meal is holding, are on display here. They're relatively cheap, which explains why they're displayed so haphazardly.
How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? You know what you want one too. They're great for when you're stressed.
Why do I envision stuffed animal abuse when she says that? The glass from this display case's door is shattered all over the floor. And it looks like there's nothing on display inside either. Wait, actually, I think there's something. What's this? A mini captain's hat?
That's so good. Do you know which TikToks I'm talking about? I love her TikToks. She's just like,
Who is a bimbo? What is a bimbo?
like I love her.
There's a wide selection of souvenirs for sale in these display cases.
You know what I'd suggest?
Sorry, but I've no intention of buying souvenirs on this trip.
Okay then, how about you buy something for me then, as a present?
I can't think of a single reason why I'd want to buy you anything.
But I've had my eye on that pendant for such a long time.
Try paying some attention to me when I ask you something, and then we'll talk.
What I like so far about the investigations is that we're stuck in this room. It's like everything you need to continue on with the story is gonna be in this room, and you don't have to like hop between places like you do in normal Ace Attorney. That might change, but at least right now I like this.
The hat probably used to be on the piggy bank's head. Let's give it a go and see. I believe this piggy bank was forcibly removed from this display case. Does this mean that the killer broke the glass to get at it?
Damn it, Edgeworth is always just thinking. I need him to just speak or think, one or the other.
Really?
Then tell me you don't know what things go in. What? Don't tell me you don't know what things go where in this shop.
Well, I don't. Miss Rhoda's in charge of this place. So come on, how should I know anything?
I sense that further inspection of this display case is needed. The glass on this door is broken. Perhaps it was
Oh, the killer!
who broke in order to take out the piggy bank. But it's a bit odd that the inside of this case is so devoid of glass shards. Plus, the glass broke rather cleanly.
Ah!
What is it?
I touched the glass and it cut my finger. It hurts, Mr. Edgeworth. It hurts.
Please tell me you can deal with such a minor cut on your own. Is this the same man as the one portrayed by those statues around the elevator?
Yeah, it's the paperweight of the founder of Go You Airlines, Mr. Hugo Hughes. On the bottom shelf, we have the cute one. The middle shelf is the realistic one. And on the top shelf, that's the floral version.
Floral? Are you sure about that? Let me guess. You just said the first thing that came to your mind, right? Looks like I hit the bullseye.
Why did I say that like that? I have a mix of Edgeworth and Bimbo in my brain right now.
Go You Airlines related books line the shelf. The history of Go You Airlines. The future of Go You Airlines. The 7 wonders of Go You... Fight on. Go You Airlines.
Bimworth? I would love to see a Bimbo Edgeworth so bad. I'll give it Amaranth.
Working name, Hugo Airlines. Hugo
Kyung Kyung.
The titles make it very clear they won't be making top sellers lists anytime soon. Is this spot connected to any of the evidence that I hold?
What would a Bimbo Edgeworth voice sound like? Go You Airlines related books line the shelf. The history of Go You Airlines. The future of Go You Airlines. The 7 wonders of Go You. Fight on, Go You Airlines. Working name, Hugo Airlines. Hugo You. These titles make it very clear they won't be making top sellers lists anytime soon. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence that I hold?
Eureka!
There's definitely something very unusual about this.
About what?
If the killer had broken the glass to get at the Captain Hugo Bank, there should be shards of glass inside the case itself.
Ooh, I see. Yeah, I guess it'd be like that.
However, there's not a single piece of glass inside the display case.
Nope, there isn't.
Which means that the glass was broken from the inside out. The piggy bank must have fallen over from the turbulence and right through the glass.
Yeah, that's for sure. There's so much glass all over the floor.
I'm willing to bet that this hat was knocked off its head at that time, too.
That's nice.
Which leads me to believe that the killer took the Captain Hugo Bank from here after the turbulence.
Snarming.
Take your power naps on your own time, Miss Meal, and listen to what I'm talking.
Wow.
But the murder occurred before the turbulence, which rules this piggy bank out as the murder weapon.
So you mean this bank's not the real murder weapon? It's a fake?
Yes, at this point, that is a very real possibility.
But then what if when the killer went to take Captain Hugo, they broke into the glass by accident?
The display case is locked, so that's highly unlikely.
Yeah, but there's one person who could have.
Oh? And who would that be?
Miss Rhoda, of course. I mean, she's the one in charge of this place, so she has the keys to everything.
Miss Rhoda Patinero, huh?
Hell yeah!
Yes, there's definitely something wrong here.
What's with the sudden yelling?
Tell me, Miss Mio, don't you think there's something strange about these suitcases?
Oh, well, sure. They're totally strange, like the color and such.
That's not what I'm talking about. Now pay attention!
Ah! You're scaring me, Mr. Edgeworth!
Sorry. These suitcases are lined up a bit too prim and proper.
Yeah, they even look a bit uptight, don't they? But I guess they take care after their creator.
Again, that's not what I meant, Miss Mio. Don't you find it unusual that these cases are the only things undisturbed by the turbulence? Never mind, I'd sooner find an answer by inspecting these suitcases myself. Upon closer inspection, they really are quite hideous.
I wonder how Miss Rhoda would have reacted if she heard you say that. What's wrong?
She makes a good point. It would be wise of me to watch what I say out loud. What's this? I've spotted something that's not quite right. What is so unusual about this suitcase?
Oh.
Take that!
There's something very peculiar about these wheels.
Uh-huh. As in?
As in, there are no stoppers in place on these. Without stoppers, one would think that the turbulence would have sent it flying.
And?
And so it is very likely that this suitcase was placed here after we hit that turbulence. Let's take a closer look at it, shall we? This was apparently designed by Miss Tenero herself.
Why does it look like the pleading emoji is a panda?
This design has a certain je ne sais quoi about it. Yes, perhaps that is the best way to put it. A $1,200 price tag. Not exactly priced by someone with a conscience, I say. It would appear to be unlocked. Let's take a look at what's inside. A piece of cloth. And it's soaked with blood!
Ah! It's blood!
It appears that the suitcase has is followed up with a care package by CB.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and stand up from our seats. We're gonna go ahead and twist our bodies to the left. Twist our bodies to the right. Let's stretch our arms straight up to the sky. Let's roll out that right shoulder. Roll out that left shoulder. Very slowly, very gently. Let's roll out that neck. Take a deep breath in. Take a deep breath out. Let's go ahead and drink some water. Not gonna lie, I think Edgeworth is hotter than Phoenix, right? I don't agree. I don't think that, but I'm happy that you do. I think Edgeworth, my attraction to Edgeworth is more in his personality than his looks, because I really, honestly don't really like his haircut, but I really like his personality and his dynamic with Phoenix. I think I really started to turn around once like you get to see more of like his inner thoughts. And like you see that he's actually just a huge nerd. He's like always overthinking everything. He's trying to prove that he's cool, and he's like such like, it's so fascinating to see his point of view. This just further cements that why I really like Trials and Tribulations. Trials and Tribulations is probably one of my favorite. It is my favorite for all of the mainline games. But yeah, no, I've really learned to love Edgeworth, but not in like a unga bunga, I want to kiss you kind of way.
It appears that the suitcase is very strongly tied to our murder after all.
No problem. Take care, May. Thank you for hanging out.
So, explain this to me. What does the suitcase have to do with the murder?
I believe it's pretty safe to say that the killer used this suitcase in some manner. Such as to move something, perhaps?
But aren't you just talking about the cloth then?
That alone is too small. A larger item would be needed to move what I'm thinking of. The thing I believe the killer used this suitcase to transport is...
Oh god, I can't save.
Take that!
Take that! Miss Meal, wake up!
Huh? Did you say something just now, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean, I don't know. I don't think that's it.
Oh, this? Fook!
Hook him in, Andrew. Oh, the body. Duh.
Something that would fit inside a suitcase that is also covered in blood. Sounds like a dead body, doesn't it?
I know a thing or two about Ace Attorney men fitting into suitcases. But they're not dead. In fact, they're very cute. In fact, they're very kissable.
But...
In light of this, I'd say that Mr. Hicks was moved into the elevator from someplace else. Which means that the murder was committed in an entirely different location!
So you're saying that after moving the body into the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase in here and just left it?
Exactly.
Are you talking? No, I'm talking about Ryunosuke.
What is it?
Nothing. Just that I was thinking about what Miss Rhoda said about coming here for something.
Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth?
wanted to give you a bit more time, but I'm afraid I wasn't able to convince the captain. I'm very sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but the captain feels that he's allowed you ample time. He says that he's appreciated if you could just wrap it up here and return to your seat.
I understand his sentiments. However, if I'm not allowed to complete my investigation, the crime scene may become contaminated by the time we land. If I must stop, then I insist I be allowed to oversee the preservation of the two sites. Under your supervision, of course.
If that's your only condition, then I believe we can accommodate your wishes. I'm here to assist you in any way that I can, Mr. Edgeworth. Sounds like fun. We can camp out and watch over everything together.
I found proof that the real crime scene was not in the lounge. And I have enough evidence to prove myself to be innocent of any wrongdoings. And yet, regarding what Miss Meal reminded me about Miss Tenero, I can't allow my investigation to end here. The truth must come to light.
Dun dun dun! Middle. Airport. Oh, so they say beginning, middle, and end? Is that how they manage these episodes? I think we can keep going. It's only been like 2.5 hours. We can keep going. I'm assuming this case is pretty short then. Are the Edgeworth games really not that long?
March 12th, 1 p.m. local time. Hope Springs Airport. I know that once we landed, I'm supposed to let the local police take over. And thanks to Miss Tenero and Miss Meal, I was able to preserve this crime scene. But I just can't shake it. I wasn't able to talk with Miss Tenero in private. So I'm left wondering what she was up to. Why did she do what she did? There must be a way for me to continue my investigation.
Buckle up for case 5, it's bonkers long. Sounds good, but don't spoil anything, okay? I think so, besides case 5 of the first one, because they really dragged that one, according to some people. Okay. Oh my god, wait! Gaslight Gatekeep Girl Boss!
I've been expecting you, Miles Edgeworth.
Franziska, I thought you were still in Germany.
I go where I'm needed. And wherever there are criminals to be caught.
Her name is Franziska von Karma, the daughter of my mentor, Manfred von Karma. She, like myself, is a prosecutor. Are you heading up this case, Shishter? It would be a bit of relief if you are.
Don't you try to flatter me, Miles Edgeworth! I'm placing you under arrest.
What?
It's quite frustrating, actually. I'd hoped to exact my revenge on you in a different venue. But I'll have to take what I can get. I never thought I'd see the day when a disciple of the House of Von Karma would become a criminal. Have you no shame?
Wait, it has all been a big misunderstanding. I didn't kill the victim.
A misunderstanding? I heard all about the murder over the police radio from the captain himself. You waited for the victim on the first floor and then beat him to death.
Franziska, do you honestly believe that I killed a man?
I believe you kiss men all the time, gay boy. I suppose I should reserve judgment until after I've investigated this for myself. I can put your arrest on hold until then.
That's as it should be.
I don't need a lecture on how to perform my duties from you, of all people.
To be perfect in every way.
The fulfillment of that creed alone is all that I strive for.
Well, I have my own creed, which I must fulfill. So why don't we solve this together?
I have to get going. The crime scene awaits. Don't you dare leave town.
Trust me, I had no intention to.
Detective Gumshoe!
Yes, sir!
Yes! 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 Yes!
Too slow!
Ow!
Listen up. I'm leaving you in charge of watching this man. Don't mess up. Understand?
Mr. Edgeworth? I'm supposed to guard him?
Here comes the boy. A simple yes or no, detective.
Yes, sir! Understood, sir! You just leave it to me!
Miles Edgeworth, if you interfere with my investigation, I will arrest you on the spot. Are we clear?
Now then, if you'll excuse me.
This case is really saying we need a bigoted bimbo outside the plane as well. Exactly! Wait, oh, big-titted. I was like, not bigot. Gumshoe is not a bigot. Gumshoe is the best.
Good to see you again, Mr. Edgeworth. Boy, I'm glad to see you're okay. Thank you, Detective. I believe in you, sir. You can lean on me. And my pillows. I'll get you through this with my big fat naturals. I have to admit, I'm a bit curious as to what Francisca's up to. Maybe I should go ask the good detective.
Is that the producer of the Steel Samurai in the background? So what's really cool about this, about Edgeworth, the game, because I did peek into Kiro's stream a little bit here and there, is that there are so many cameos from the like original Ace Attorney trilogy characters. And I really love that because a lot of the times you don't really see them come back whenever, you know, the game ends, right? So like, it's so cool to see all these different characters make a little comeback here and there.
Very well. In that case, I have a few questions for you.
There. He's resting on his pillows.
This child seems to be happily enjoying the sight of so many planes.
Wow! I'd love to take a run down that runway.
Oh, the youth of today. So much potential, yet so misguided. Looking from behind. I think I've seen this man somewhere before. In Soviet Russia, world flag's lunchboxes eat jewel.
Shy.
Found it! LOL! Oh, I feel a great creative powers coming on! It's over 9,000! LOLs! For my next elite movie, it's gonna be the Steel Samurai, warrior of Neo-Old Tokyo. Versus the World Samurai Champion of Earth. It's gonna rock soar so many boxers!
So the Steel Samurai's finally getting a movie.
I don't remember him talking like this.
This man was in first class with me. He was quite shaken up by the whole affair.
I did it. I made it the whole flight. I'm not scared of turbulence anymore.
He must have been pretty scared. He's repeating the same thing over and over to himself. Lunchland. Not bad. I guess it's gotten big enough to warrant its own branch shop.
Oh my god! The big titty lady! The big titty lady! Angel Star! Angel Star!
What should I go with?
I recommend Airport Special World Flags lunchboxes, only available for a limited time. We have a variety of lunchboxes made up to look like different countries' flags.
I wonder if they're aiming to take Lunchland to the international market.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I think something just fell out of your pocket.
What are you...
So, did something fall out or not? I didn't, get a good look, sir. Could I get a closer examination of what you're hiding in your pocket, sir?
It doesn't concern you, so don't worry about it.
My prosecutor's badge of all things? Gosh, you must never know that I dropped it.
Yeah, that's not her, but like the lunchboxes she sells.
So, how is the initial investigation going?
We just shipped off the body to the coroner's office. And we're taking statements now, sir.
That sounds like Francisca. She was always good at quick responses to a case.
I'd say she was, a little too quick, sir.
Oh? How so?
I rushed over as soon as I got word of the affair, sir. But somehow, when I got here, Miss Von Karma was already barking out orders at everyone. It was kinda creepy, as though she knew there had been a murder or something. And she'd come in advance to await your flight's arrival.
That is sort of odd. She did show up rather quickly, and out of the blue. Plus, I still don't know why she's here in America. There must be some backstory to all of this.
Miss Von Karma just kinda pooped up at the prosecutor's office about a week ago, sir. Something about chasing down leads related to a certain incident.
No details?
It's kinda top secret, so she can't talk about it, even with me, sir.
Knowing her, the only type of talking she likes to do is with her whip. Plus, I doubt the top secret part was what stopped her from talking to you, Detective. Although I wonder if her case has anything to do with mine.
Anyway, that's about all the info I have, sir. We should find out more as we investigate.
Yes, it's high time to resume my investigation. Starting up with talking to the people involved in this case afresh.
What I also think is really cool about this game is it looks like we'll be swapping out partners for a lot of the different scenes. And I like that because you get to see, like, you get to learn more about many different characters and get to see all the dynamics that they have with Edgeworth. But obviously I'm happy that we get more of Dick. Does this take place during Max Galactica's case? When he called, he was boarding a plane back. Maybe. It's kind of, I'm trying to remember everything. I don't remember every single detail from the older games, but that definitely clocks. If Kiro's here and he wants to confirm, because Kiro is the only person I trust with talking about the game on stream. Because everyone else, like, I love you guys, but I don't want you guys to accidentally spoil something. I heard my name? Oh, Lastiel was asking if this case takes place during the Max Galactica case, because, like, Edgeworth gets that phone call.
Look at his little face.
Nope. Okay.
This child seems to be happily enjoying the sight of so many planes.
I'm all excited to see this many planes, too. Just look at the size of these things.
Do you like planes too, mister? The balance between the main wings and the tail wings is really something, huh?
Seems that this child derives his pleasure from a different aspect.
Oh, but I've also got a thing for the shape of the wings, too.
Here, mister, you can stand next to me. So about that plane's wings...
Tisk. Thank you, Detective, for leaving me out of this conversation.
All the cases here take place after Trials and Tribulations and before Apollo Justice. That's right, I completely forgot about the actual continuity timeline.
He's good with kids, dreamy sigh.
He's gonna be so good with our kids.
What a view of the planes preparing for takeoff.
I want to ride a plane someday and go overseas.
I'm not gonna say anything.
Have you never been to another country before, Detective?
Nope, not yet, sir. I don't even have a passport. But I've been saving up for that eventual someday. A penny a day, to be precise.
At that rate, he won't be making any trips until well after his retirement.
Take care, Sophia. Thank you so much for stopping by and hanging out for a bit.
I can't believe there's no one manning the counter when a murder just occurred.
Relax, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm here. I'll make sure nothing else happens.
You are precisely why I can't relax.
The way that they just inserted every single meme from 2009 here. Oh, Gumshoe has new dialogue. Oh no, he doesn't.
Wait, he said F?
Mr. Edgeworth, we gotta get him some water.
Found it. Lol.
Ooh, I feel a wave of creative powers coming on. It's over 9,000.
Good thing it was a false alarm, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
So the Steel Samurai is finally getting a movie.
Completely ignoring me as usual.
So the dialogue is the same, they just added something new from Gumshoe.
I'd be pretty scared too if I got caught up in a murder investigation, sir. How could you just take that for the plane? It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. It's got nothing to do with the murder, at least.
Wait, I need to remember. I'm trying to remember. Is Lunchland the case with Edgeworth? Is that the case with Edgeworth and the Ema Sky case? Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Rise from the Ashes. Never mind, no. Wait. I'm trying to remember this case. Oh, this is the Lana Sky case. I'm getting PTSD with that over 9,000 something Zors meme culture dialogue at the time. I love it. I love it. It's a relic of days gone past. It's great. The only thing that would be better is if they tried to do like the Homestuck, like every single troll's dialogue. But welcome in, Yazzie.
Ooh, I've always wanted to give their steak lunch a try.
If you really want one that badly, Detective, why don't you go ahead and buy one?
Is that okay, sir? Oh, thanks. All right, I'm really gonna get one. Here I go. Excuse me, miss. I'd like a Star-Spangled Banner lunchbox, please.
I hope he's aware that's the most expensive one on the menu.
I love him, guys. As much as I want to kiss him, you know what I just really want from him? I just want to give a big hug. I want to get a big bear hug from him. Who is this?
March 12th, 1:37 p.m. Flight G390, second floor, first class.
He looks like a Gijinka human version of the dodos from Animal Crossing when everyone was trying to make them all sexy. So, you must be the captain.
Why, yes, I am. And who might you be?
I'm the prodigy prosecutor, Franziska von Karma, and I have a few questions for you.
Don't you dare, Captain! Getting friendly with another woman. I'll never forgive you if you do.
What are you talking about? I only have eyes for you, my dear Cammy.
I wouldn't bet shmoney on our dear captain to be much of a reputable person.
Sure, why don't you ask the captain some questions, sir?
Fake Fulbright, is that you?
This is why we can't play the games out of order. Now we can't trust anyone.
It was in the cockpit the entire time. I highly doubt he would know anything of use. Anyway, I'd like to leave that type of witness to Franziska and her whip.
Ah!
Wait, I want to see the captain's sprite. Oh god, he's still here.
March 12th, 1:40 p.m. Flight G390, first floor, lounge.
Now see here!
Ah! Sorry, I'm sorry!
How long do you intend to hold me? It is impossible for me to be the criminal! I told you!
Mr. LeBlanc.
Oh. It's you. Tell this man to stop stopping me from going!
That's an overripe tomato. Oh, you're right.
Time is money! I don't even have 1 second of wasteful time to spend!
Sir, you can't go in there. I'm Miles Edgeworth. I'm one of the prosecutors on this case, so please let me through. I'm very sorry, sir. No one is allowed to enter without Miss Von Karma's express permission. But I'm on the case. Yes, I understand that, but I also have explicit instructions not to let you through from Miss Von Karma.
You put some ice cream and cookie bits in a drink shaker and hand it to Mr. LeBon. You get an amazing milkshake.
Milkshake milkshake sounds so yummy. What kind of milkshake would I want right now? Cookies and cream does sound good. Oh, you know what? This sounds so unhealthy, but like a cheesecake blended milkshake or like some like Nutella. I like cheesecake.
Why would you do this to me, Franziska?
I like cheesecake a lot. I've been thinking about it for quite a bit.
This was my seat.
Wow! You read law books even when you're flying, sir?
Were you expecting anything less? Now come along. We must hurry to the crime scene.
Oh, hold on a sec. There's a different book stuck here. The Steel Samurais at... Detective Gumshoe! Am I going to have to charge you with an invasion of privacy?
Wait. He reads fan fiction and hides it behind a law book?
This is exactly why I like Edgeworth. Because he's like this.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I think you have too many red knights on the board.
It's just your imagination.
And it looks like that blue pawn is being completely surrounded by the red knights.
It's his yaoi.
It's self-insert?
Edgeworth just really wants to be kissed by a steel samurai so bad. What if the only reason he comes back in Dual Destinies is because he sees that Simon Blackwell is like there and he's like,
Finally, a real samurai to fit
my ideal man.
That's not Phoenix Wright.
I love that he was geeking out about the Steel Samurai in the Ace Attorney. I'm telling you, I can't stop watching That's Right, Ace Attorney TV, because it's so like... I love that video so much.
Now you're seeing things.
Sir, I don't think you're supposed to have lots of the same piece like in checkers. I know that, detective. What do you take me for?
Right. The Steel Samurai cosplay stays on during sex. Franziska, I'd like to ask you about the investigation.
Miles Edgeworth, can't you see that I'm in the middle of taking his statement? This man is the only captain in title. I'm going to teach him to do his job properly.
Ow! Okay, from now on I'll keep my focus and take my responsibility seriously. He's really trembling there.
If it makes him take his job seriously, it's not such a bad thing, is it?
Why are you looking at me like that, sir?
You know, I was watching Last DL stream Ace Attorney, and he was at the part where Gumshoe temporarily works at the Wright & Co. Law Agency, and I miss when Gumshoe worked with us. I really wish he could have been a Bond girl. It would have been so cute. We're in the Edgeworth duology, Scythe. Welcome in.
What did I ever do to deserve this? More than this job, all I truly love is my sweet Cammy. Might I suggest you not say that at this moment in front of Franziska? If I may have a word with you, Miss Mio.
No, you may not have a word with me. I don't want to talk to any other man except for the captain right now.
Me too, Cammy. I'll never talk to another woman. This definitely looks like a job for Franziska.
I like Gumshoe a lot. I need to cherish and really relish my time with these games, because I'm gonna be so sad once we go to Spirit of Justice and he's gone. for the rest of my time playing Ace Attorney.
There's nothing supernatural about earthquakes and elevators. This love's possessing me that I don't mind at all. Although is it just me or do elevators have a long-standing hatred for me? It's taken over me. Don't wanna fight the fall, it's like supernatural. No, I don't even mind at all. It's like supernatural. No, I don't even mind at all.
Looks like we can't go beyond here, sir.
Plus, the body's been sent off to the medical examiner's office for autopsy.
Oh man, there's a really pretty lady in that plane over there. Ah, she's looking over here. Quick, sir, wave at her with me, please.
I refuse to be your wingman on this.
The way that they really want us to think that he's straight. Like, we know why they designed him. We know they know who the target audience for this man is. I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry.
Did you finish taking his statement yet?
Yep, all done, sir.
I do not concern if you're not done examining the cargo hold. I want my cargo back! If you make a single scratch on my art, you will pay!
Art? What sort of art?
Mr. LeBlanc is an art dealer, so he's got a bunch of artwork down in the cargo hold, sir. There's practically a mountain of them, large and small.
From folk costumes to stone statues, I sell all kinds of arts.
Folk costumes. Speaking of which, Mr. LeBlanc's hat. It kind of looks like that other piece of cloth.
No!
Mr. LeBlanc, can you please take a look at this for me?
Oh, it's a Barzinian cloth.
As I suspected. Your hat is made of the same material, I suppose?
Yes, of course. This fabric is so famous, orders come from over the seas for more.
Then this is the cargo you were talking about earlier?
No, my cargo this time is much, many gigantic. You, detective, when can I have my cargo moved?
You can get your cargo back when we're done investigating, pal.
The stubbornness of you police. It is no good. And it is no good that attendant refuses to exit the attendant's room, too.
That attendant. I wonder if he's talking about Miss Tenero.
I didn't want to read that. Oh, we still have more? I really don't want to talk to him.
What did you mean by that attendant, Mr. LeBlanc?
She was taken into the attendance room for her interview. And they still have not come out. They make no sign of coming out either. I was finished with my own interview much earlier, quicker than her.
Didn't want to read that because he spoke a bit of French. Smart. Damn, he saw right through me.
Why is Miss Tenero's interview the only one that's taking up so much time?
Miles Edgeworth, you were given free rein to examine the plane, weren't you?
Yes, I was able to obtain the cooperation of the flight attendants. Speaking of the attendants, I'd like to speak with Miss Tenero. I wonder if you might grant me permission to enter the flight attendant's room?
Before I do, you still have to clear up a few issues surrounding your own circumstances.
I understand.
You may
may have tricked those attendants with your sophisticated talking, but you can't pull the wool over my eyes, Miles Edgeworth. She just wants like a little skirmish. Franziska's logic. Let's not complicate things and go with the most obvious conclusion. The scene of the crime was here, in the very lounge the body was discovered. From the time the victim was seen calling for an attendant until his body was found. The only person in this lounge the entire time was you, Miles Edgeworth. This unmistakably makes you the likeliest suspect.
The likeliest suspect, Franziska.
Do you have a problem with that?
No, but it's not like you to use such vague wording. You're usually a bit more absolute.
I'm simply trying to watch out for you. Or is my kindness too hard for you to comprehend?
Thank you, but your leniency is unnecessary, for I will prove my innocence soon enough! If I want to continue my investigation, I'll have to break her line of logic fast!
It's weirdo number 2! Man, it would really slap if Gato got to show up in these games. But I mean, like, this takes place after Trials and Tribulations, so no. But if we could, because you know they would draw him in like promotional material and stuff. Because he's weirdo number 3.
Hold it!
Don't you think you're being a bit rash by simply declaring me the culprit?
I like my affairs to be simple and perfect. I'll show you the meaning of both when I finish this whole thing within 3 minutes.
Hey, you say it like you're cooking a pack of instant noodles. Ah!
I won't allow even 3 seconds of useless testimony to be uttered in my presence.
I see she hasn't changed a bit. But I won't allow her to send me to prison so easily.
Hold it!
So tell me, Franziska, do you know all there is to know about the crime scene?
I know all there is to know in order to arrest you.
And nothing more?
Are you saying there's more that I need to know?
Ah! Why'd you whip me, sir?
Sorry, Scruffy. My hand must have slipped.
It would appear that Franziska doesn't have all the facts of this case yet.
Oh my god, I read that as I have onion flavored Kieran noodles. I was like, Kieran noodles?
Hold it!
What do you mean by C?
Please stop pretending like you don't know. It's insulting. Obviously, I'm talking about how Mr. Hicks was seen calling for an attendant at 5 a.m. And then from the time after that, call until the body was found.
Hold it!
Well, it's true that I was in the lounge the whole time. The fact alone does not make me the criminal.
Objection!
We'll see about the conclusion of this investigation. However, there is one thing that even you must admit at this time.
Hold it!
Under the circumstances, I suppose I can agree that I am the most likely suspect.
But I believe you, sir. I don't think you did it. Miss Von Karma's gotta believe that too, right? I mean, you two are like sibling. Ow!
Quiet, Scruffy. Even if we were shisters by blood, that's no guarantee that he's not a criminal.
Francisca.
I demand to see some proof that you are not the guilty party.
The likeliest suspect, huh? What a roundabout euphemism. But it would appear that she doesn't yet know about the new evidence that we acquired and where we acquired it. I'll take care of the gaps in her logic one hole at a time.
Objection!
Ooh, oopsie. Water is so yummy right now.
Objection!
Oh, what? That's not it? This?
Objection!
Oh, damn, I'm really not on it for this one. Goodness gracious.
Objection!
There we go.
It would appear that you do not have all the information you needed after all.
And what does that mean?
I found a nice piece of evidence just before I was forced to stop investigating. A piece of evidence that the body was moved from a different location! The killer used this suitcase to move the victim's body. Meaning that the real scene of the crime is not this lounge at all!
Objection!
Now who's the one rashly jumping at conclusions?
Excuse me?
All you did was find this piece of cloth inside the suitcase.
That doesn't prove that the body was moved.
It could be that the killer simply chose that suitcase as a good place to hide the cloth.
I expected you would come to that conclusion. It would seem I can't escape that easily.
This music actually sounds pretty modern. It doesn't sound DSy at all. But I know I don't have the DLC. Oh, I do! I'm so happy because, so the games are supposed to have like a DLC or something that puts arranged music in, and I never got a code for it when I ordered this game off Amazon. So I was so sad that I wasn't gonna have it, but I have the arranged music. Okay, I'm good. I'm happy. You didn't get your code. Okay, but did you get arranged music or no? Yeah, I pre-ordered the game.
No! I want the arranged music for Ace Attorney Investigations too!
Dang, I looked it up on Reddit, and people were saying that no one got their code from their pre-order from Amazon. Let me see if there's, I'm gonna take a quick tangent to check if people have gotten the thing from Amazon yet. I really want it because the preview that they showed on YouTube was really, really good. No, I need that arrangement. That arrangement is like really good. I'll buy it if I need to. I really need that music though. The code was emailed to me by Best Buy. Pre-order from Amazon, no code via email or physical insert. Emailed Capcom for support, and they told me that Amazon was emailing codes to people shortly after launch, and to call Amazon support if you haven't received it yet. Just got my code via email. You know what? Okay, so I'm gonna see my sister tonight, so I might just ask her if she can check her email and see if she just got it. No, so I pre-ordered this game physically for Switch on Amazon, but I really think it was so messy how they handled it, because you're supposed to get like a DLC pre-order bonus, which is like arranged DLC music for Ace Attorney Investigations 2, and I really like the arrangements that they made for that game. But a lot of people didn't get theirs, and apparently I guess they've been emailing them, but like I share an Amazon account with my sister, so she's like, ultimately it's up to her to check if she got it or not. I don't know, but I really want it. I really want it because the music is so good.
I expected you would come to that conclusion. It would seem I can't escape that easily.
You should know better than that. Avant Karma is perfect in every way. Yeah, you can't buy it from the eShop. It's so dumb. They're probably waiting, like, they're probably not going to release it until like weeks, like months later. But then, so hopefully if I take my time playing through the first game, the second game's arrangements will be on the eShop, because it's like, here, I just have to play it because it's really, 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 really good. At least I think someone uploaded it to YouTube. Here, we have to listen to this together. It's too good not to. So this is the original. This is the arrangement. Like, this sounds so good. Like the instruments just sound so lively, and like, I can't play Ace Attorney Investigations 2 without this music. It's like the DS version's good, but like I really need the arrangements. I really need them. It says here, tracks will be added to the gallery's music collection, can be used in-game by going to options, audio, soundtrack. May be available separately at a later date. God, it sounds so good! My favorite's the arrangement for this one. Oh my god. Even for the DS era, the bass is so strong, you can just hear the basses plucking. No, but here, listen to this version right here. I need this song. I need this song. Oh, the instruments. Okay. That's enough of me ranting about that, but I will fight tooth and nail to get those themes. I really, 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 really need them.
You should know better than that. Avant Karma is perfect in every way.
But did you know that the killer definitely wheeled the suitcases around at some point?
Objection!
As if there was proof of that!
Where's the proof that this suitcase was moved around?
I need to save my game. I need to save my game.
Take that!
This spilled grape juice in front of the elevator!
Yes. I'd like you to draw your attention to this area here. Where's the evidence that proves the killer dragged the suitcase through here?
Take that!
Take that! This mark here. Wouldn't you say that looks suspiciously like tracks from two wheels?
I suppose.
Further, there's also grape juice residue on the wheels of the suitcase. This means that the suitcase containing the victim's body definitely passed through here.
I suppose this means that the killer did move the victim's body from somewhere else.
I'm glad you've come to your senses.
Objection!
Not so fast! This still doesn't put you in the clear! Not by a long shot! Where's my chapstick?
Oh god, not part two.
You've prepared yourself and acquired the piggy bank before the plane hit that turbulence. And then, you waited for the victim in the lounge, where you beat him to death. Then, while you were in the elevator with the victim's body stuffed into the suitcase, the plane hit that patch of turbulence, and out flew the body from within the suitcase. With no way out, you hastily put the suitcase back where you had taken it from, and pretended to be the discoverer of the body.
Not a bad bit of logic for something you thought of on the fly.
Just what are you insinuating?
That I will show you exactly how flawed your logic is. No matter how strong of a face you put on, not even you can hide your fears from me. I will expose the flaws in her logic in one fell swoop.
I'm thinking about those songs now. I need them.
Hold it!
And how do you suppose I was able to take the piggy bank out of its display case? As I recall, the case was locked.
That's easy. If the case was locked, you simply had to hit the glass. Like this.
Ah! You shattered my heart of glass!
So she wants to talk about the in-flight shop in the Captain Hugo Bank, does she?
That takes care of how you obtained the murder weapon.
Hold it!
I thought there wasn't any of the victim's blood found in the lounge.
I thought you'd say that. What? Did you think I wouldn't have noticed? I think you just found a way to cleverly hide the blood splatter in the lounge. By accidentally spilling grape juice on top of it.
Are you accusing me of tampering with the crime scene now?
We'll see, won't we? The forensic scientists are hard at work on that as we speak.
And what do you propose I did after that?
Hold it!
So I put the victim's body in the suitcase and then...
That's pretty obvious. You were bringing it to first class where you could safely keep an eye on it.
We're talking about this thing, you know. I'd hardly call it discreet or ordinary.
Annoying brat. Well then, you were intending to leave it inside the elevator. Darling Divine, thank you for following and joining the Konstellations. Welcome in. But unfortunately for you, a wrench was thrown into your plans because...
Hold it!
You've experienced turbulence on a flight before.
Of course, many times. You get used to it after a while.
The patch we hit was especially rough, and I passed out briefly, but only for a second.
Good thing it was only for a sec, sir. It'd be bad if you'd really blanked out.
Yes, indeed. Unfortunately, blanking out is exactly what got me into this mess in the first place.
That's enough of your idle chatter. I'm not through with you yet, Miles Edgeworth.
Hold it!
If I really were a criminal, do you really think I would be so easily caught?
Objection!
You are certainly in the middle of being caught right now!
I have to find a contradiction fast, or I won't have much of my own hide left to say.
I have to say, you are looking rather caught right now. And I'll tell you exactly what you did after that. You loitered around in the lounge and pretended to be the discoverer of the body.
Hold it!
Welcome in, Darling Divine. Thank you for the kind words.
I didn't pretend to be anything. I really was the first to discover the victim's body.
I suppose that's true.
So then, are you yielding to my statements?
Don't be foolish. I still insist that you are the killer. But Anavea, thank you so much for following too. I appreciate it. In that sense, you really were the first to discover the body to be dead.
No matter what I say, she seems dead set on making me out to be the killer. Her logic is reasonably sound, and the large majority of it reflects the truth. But there is one point about it that is not quite right.
You acquired the piggy bank before the plane hit that turbulence, and then you waited for the victim in the lounge where you beat him to death. And while you were in the elevator with the victim's body stuffed into the suitcase. Oh!
Objection!
Oh, what? But his body's not in the suitcase. Oh.
Objection!
No. Ah. Out flew the body from within the suitcase. With no way out, you hastily put the suitcase back where you'd taken it from. Pretended to be the discoverer of the body.
Objection!
Dang it. See, it gets a lot more harder when I have too many pieces of evidence because it's like I'm jamming the square block into the round hole.
Objection!
Oh, there we go.
The fact that you took this piece of evidence into account in your testimony is to be commended. Your legal prowess is certainly something to be feared.
Evidence and logic. Essential tools that those who would stand in a courtroom must learn to master.
But what if there was a fake piece of evidence thrown into the mix?
A fake.
This Captain Hugo piggy bank is just such a fake! It is not the real murder weapon!
What?
The timing of when the bank was taken from the shop is important, and it was taken after the turbulence had occurred.
But then, what about the blood on the bank? What do you make of that?
I assume it was added after the murder when the killer fabricated this weapon. Looking at it this way, the killer basically did 3 things after the turbulence. After exiting the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase to the shop and left it there. Then the killer proceeded to pick the bank up from the floor and took it to fabricate a fake murder weapon by hitting the victim on the head. Finally, the victim's wallet was planted on my personage, in my pocket to be precise. Everything was done so that I would be framed for the murder of Mr. Ackby Hicks.
You there!
Yes, ma'am.
Other than this piggy bank, was there anything else resembling a murder weapon to be found?
We didn't find anything in this lounge or in the shop that could be used as one, ma'am. Most of the items that could have been used were broken during the turbulence. And the remaining items all tested negative for any trace of blood.
I see. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it appears your stall tactics are at an end.
But it's possible that it's just hidden somewhere, sir.
If the criminal had wanted to hide the weapon in a safer place,
I'd think the weapon would have been hidden in the same place as the bloody cloth.
Exactly what I was thinking. Because the cloth was hidden inside that suitcase, it signals to me that the killer had not prepared a more secure place to hide the evidence. Which means that the real murder weapon is either still on the murderer's personage, or is still at the real crime scene.
Objection!
There is one more possibility.
And that would be?
That the piggy bank is in fact the real weapon.
But didn't we just...
Hold it! Let me finish! The killer took the bank out from the display case before the turbulence by opening the lock on the display case door. And it was at that time that the glass pane in the door was broken. I'd say that's a perfectly reasonable line of reasoning, wouldn't you? Let's see. So that means the killer had the key to the display case.
Francisca, the person you're talking about.
Not so fast. I'm not finished. The person I'm talking about also committed another sin. She tricked the captain and granted you permission to conduct your investigation. Yes, it is the sin of lying. Speaking of which, I recall that you also wish to speak with her.
Yes.
Very well. Permission granted, but only if I can sit in on your interrogation. Do we understand each other?
I have no intention of interrogating her. But you are welcome to accompany me if you so wish.
Miss Tenero's in the flight attendant's room. Let's move. Look at Gummy's boopable kissable nose! Yeah!
Yes, sir? Way to show her who's boss, Mr. Edgeworth. Not even Miss Von Karma's whip is a match for you.
You give me too much credit. She simply didn't have all the information. To be sure, the fights will become tougher and tougher as this investigation progresses.
That's all right, Mr. Edgeworth. You've got me watching your back. I'll make sure to keep on supporting you in any way that I can. You just say the word, sir, and my big natural pillows are all yours.
Really?
Yeah?
I mean, then how about standing out in front and absorbing those whiplashes with your big naturals for me? Anything of interest, Detective?
Well, I can say that I don't know everything about the situation yet. So I was just telling myself that I should go ask someone about the stuff I don't know. I mean, just because I don't know it doesn't mean someone else might not know it, right?
It must be my imagination, but for a second, I think I actually understood his logic.
Man, now I really want, like, a Francisca game. Because my opinion of Edgeworth, like, when I first played Ace Attorney, I didn't like Edgeworth. And then I started to understand, like, his perspective, right? Like, when we got to see more sides of him. I want to see more sides of Francisca. We need to know more about her. Because, like, obviously a lot of us were, people were talking about how, like, you know, really understanding the nuance of Francisca is based on, like, how much you can tell about the psychology of, like, how she grew up and how she was treated and stuff. And it would just really be awesome to see things through her perspective, to really hear what she's thinking in her head as she's, like, trying to put on, you know, whipping simulator. That would be fun, too. No, but I want to know her inner thought. I think hearing a character's inner thoughts really puts in that perspective, the whole package, especially if it's a character that's very antagonistic towards you, the player. Apparently there's also like a gumshoe game where he teaches you how to do math or something. Miss Tenero's in the flight attendant's room. Let's move.
That blue door over there leads to the flight attendant's room, sir.
All right, let's go see what Miss Tenero has to say for herself.
They almost made her playable in a Capcom fighting game, but decided not to. Cowards! She's the one character they could have used that has a weapon.
March 12th, 2:23 p.m. Flight G390, first floor. Flight attendant's room.
So, you're the one who poked around inside this plane without the captain's permission. Deviating from the flight attendant's manual is very unbecoming, you know. What were you hoping to accomplish by doing that?
Miss Tenero,
Mr. Edgeworth, you're here too?
can you please help us and shed some light on why you did what you did?
Gumshoe has two big, natural, very lethal weapons. Imagine a fighting game where the fighter is not trained in like martial arts, so the only way he can fight is by like peck bouncing. Oh my god, wait, isn't that just Keijo? That's the plot of Keijo. Does anyone here remember that anime?
Can you please help us and shed some light on why you did what you did?
All right.
All right.
I want a Gumshoe Keijo now. Oh my god.
This door leads to the cargo hold, but I can't let you through without Miss Von Karma's express permission. It's not a bad way to handle this situation if it was any old case, but this isn't.
So between you and Miss Von Karma, who's better at their job?
Oh, there's no comparison to be made, Detective. None. It's pretty easy to tell who sleeps in which bunk just by looking. I'm almost certain that the well-kept one up top belongs to Miss Tenero.
Ew! The bottom one is a giant mess.
You sloven, squalid scoundrel of a man. You dare to scrutinize a woman's bed and invade her privacy? Yo!
There's some things in this life best kept to yourself, Detective.
Wait, does this prove that Francisca's very messy in her room? And she's a slob? Oh, what? Oh.
What exactly is this panel for?
That's the emergency control panel for the elevator. We used it to stop the elevator on the first floor and to keep its doors open.
I think it proves that she advocates for women's rights and women's wrongs.
So these are the attendees' lockers, huh? Let's hurry up and examine them, sir.
Why must men always be so rude? Besides, who exactly gave you permission to search through the attendants' lockers?
Wait, Detective!
It would be uncouth of us to look into a woman's locker without her permission.
Yeah, I guess so. Plus, I feel this murderous draft, and I can sense a whip not far behind.
It's one of those suitcases designed by Miss Tenero. You can tell it's hardly ever been used by the lack of even a single scratch on it. And what are inside these boxes?
Oh, those are some souvenirs I bought in Borginia.
There's so many! There's even a second box!
Why, yes. I find that folk from around the world do great things for my creativity.
Oh, folk art.
Those suitcases certainly could have done with a whole lot less of your creativity. What is all this junk inside these boxes? There's no rhyme or reason to any of it.
That is our lost and found, Mr. Edgeworth.
Gold crowns and swords and necklaces? It's like a treasure trove in here, sir.
The fact that these were left on the plane implies that they were carried on it to begin with. Something tells me it's time for Go-U to send its metal detectors out for repairs.
Miles Edgeworth! Isn't there something that you should be doing right now?
Of course. I should be asking Miss Tenero for her side of the story.
That's right. And how does that have anything to do with what's over there?
Nothing really.
If you already know that, then why don't you hurry up with the interrogation already? Well, go on. Let's hear our troublesome attendant out.
In due time. I have one thing I'd like to ask you.
Yes?
Do you plan on continuing using that whip for the foreseeable future?
Of course. I've wrangled many a testimony out of people thanks to it.
Yeah, and probably a whole ton of yelps! Ah!
And I'm willing to bet that the majority of them came from you, Detective. Why did you lie about receiving the captain's permission like that?
Because I didn't think I'd be able to get his permission.
What do you mean?
The captain. He only has ears for Cammy.
I spoke with the captain a little earlier myself. He definitely seems to be rather taken with Miss Meal.
Yes. And on top of that, I had mistakenly accused Mr. Edgeworth of being the killer. I wanted to make amends.
In that case, please allow me to thank you for what you did. Thanks to you, I was able to clear myself of all charges.
Really? You were able to prove your innocence? Oh, thank goodness.
Miss Tenero, is it? There's one more thing I would like to ask you. You were in the in-flight shop just before the turbulence, weren't you? Please answer honestly.
Yes, I was.
And why were you there?
Well, I...
Why the sudden hesitation? Francisca seems to have struck a nerve.
All I did was go check up on the shop like I always do.
You're saying it was for work, then?
Yes, I'm in charge of the shop, so I have to keep an eye on it. I don't have any reason to go there otherwise.
After your visit to the shop, you paid a visit to this room, correct?
Yes, I came back to freshen up and adjust my makeup. I'm sorry, but there isn't much else to tell.
Miss Tenero claims to have no reason other than duty to go to the shop. But is that all there is to it? Maybe I should ask her about the same thing. If you could please take a look at this for me, Miss Tenero.
Oh, that suitcase.
Yes, about this suitcase. You are the one who designed it, correct? And I think I figured something else out about it. This suitcase is the reason you went to the shop, isn't it?
There's nothing you won't find eventually, is there?
Won't you please tell me more about this suitcase?
Yes, Well, I was interested in seeing how the suitcases I had designed were selling. I know that as a service professional, I'm not supposed to care. But I really wanted to know. And I was glad to see that it was the last one there.
The last one there. So you're saying, Miss Tenero, that the suitcase in question was the last one?
Yes, they're just so popular, they're practically flying off the shelves.
That's not exactly the impression that I got.
The one in the shop is most definitely the last one.
Well, we're currently looking at that suitcase.
Really? Then I guess we sold all of them. Thank you very much for taking the last one.
I didn't say anything about buying it.
Then say you'll buy it!
I'm sorry. I can't.
But why? I think I'd go well with your complexion, Mr. Edgeworth. It really suits you. I guarantee it personally as a service professional.
Well, that is... how should I put this? It's hideous.
What?
Maybe that was a bit too direct. Moving on. My issue with the suitcase isn't the design. It's the number of them remaining.
Remaining?
There were 2 suitcases in the in-flight shop when I investigated it.
2? But that's impossible. I'm sure there was only one.
Looks like her story has generated quite the contradiction.
When I left the shop, I'm positive there was only one suitcase left.
Something is amiss here. What could be the meaning of this inconsistency? By the way, Miss Tenero, what is one of those suitcases doing here?
That's...
I thought you said there was only one left.
That one is... It's mine. I've used it for a very long time now.
She's used it for a long time. I think not. Miss Tenero, I would appreciate it if you wouldn't lie to me.
Welcome in, Light. I hope you guys had fun playing through Resident Evil.
Excuse me?
I don't believe for even 1 second that you've used this for a very long time.
It was very fun. You're making me want to play through the whole series now. Because I'm sure the person that made the mod for Leon in 4 made a mod for Leon in 2. And I saw that there's a key for it that's on sale for like $7, so I might grab 2.
What proves that this hasn't been used for nearly as long as Miss Tenero says?
Take that!
Take that!
I was quite surprised. I didn't think I would enjoy it, but now I get the appeal. It's honestly pretty fun. For me, someone that like hates horror, I'm having a lot of fun playing 4.
Tell me, Miss Tenero,
Is it also your habit to keep the price tag pristine on your suitcase?
What is the meaning of this? Why would you lie about the suitcase?
despite having faith in her design sense. The sales numbers made her cry bitter tears. The truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. Miss Tenero, I think I understand. I know why you were trying to hide. I know what you were trying to hide, too. Now then, this suitcase was originally in. Seeing as the price tag is still on the suitcase, one can only assume it was out on the floor for sale in the shop. And the person who bought this suitcase was...
Take that!
You! Wasn't it, Miss Tenero? I hate to say this, but this suitcase that you designed, it hasn't sold very well, has it? You saw how poorly this design that you poured your heart into was selling. And were deeply hurt. That's why you wanted to make it look like it was selling by buying it yourself.
They should make a Leon becomes Miles mod. No, I'm starting to get why people like Leon, but it's because I made my Leon look exactly how I would have liked him to look.
Isn't that right?
I also think that Ace Attorney characters need to look in the art style that they are, because I cannot imagine what Edgeworth would look like with like a realistic art style. Like, I think it would just be too uncanny valley for me. Like, they need to look like low poly anime characters. Then, the reason you went to the shop and came back here was...
I'm sorry. All I really have is my job. I was overjoyed when my design was chosen. I thought that maybe I'd finally accomplished something.
But the suitcases didn't sell. It's because of the design, isn't it?
Oh, it's because of the design, isn't it? All because it's, as you put, hideous.
I can't say they chose a great place in which to sell them either.
They weren't selling a single one, and they were just sitting there collecting dust. I felt so bad seeing them there, day in and day out. So I decided to buy one for every flight that I worked.
You buy one every single time you work a flight?
Girl, that's like $1,000 each time! It's $1,200 each time! That's like how much I make? That's like how much I make in a month. I see. So in order to keep your resolution, you went and bought one today as well.
Yes, and here's my receipt for my purchase.
This receipt is clearly time-stamped 5:40 a.m.
The truth is, there's still a bunch of them left unsold. They're planning to scrap the remaining ones at the end of this flight.
Miss Tenero, where are the other suitcases?
They should all be down in the cargo hold.
Then the suitcase the killer used.
Could very well have come from the cargo hold.
Mr. Edgeworth? You don't think that the killer used one of my suitcases too?
Yes, I do. The killer used one of your beloved suitcases to move the victim's body.
How could they? Those suitcases were meant to be faithful partners to our passengers on their trips. That's all I ever wished for them to be.
Miss Tenero, is there any other way to get the cargo hold other than the elevator?
The only other way is through that door there. Oh my god, Brittany was the killer?
Oh, the killer.
And what about security?
That door has no special lock installed because just to enter this room, you need a special key card that only crew members have access to.
Which means that the culprit is someone who can enter this room, eliminating the passengers and leaving only crew members as potential suspects.
I can't believe it.
Yes, Francisca?
Going on these wild goose chases, you're a disgrace to the Von Karma name.
And what do you mean by that?
The suitcase came from the cargo hold. The fact alone tells us the whole story.
Yes, which is why I said the culprit must be a crew member who used their key card.
Miles Edgeworth! You're proposing that the killer rode the elevator from the cargo hold, correct?
Yes, that's the only realistic possibility.
That other attendant, Miss Spears. I asked her earlier, and she had this to say.
Francisca got information out of Miss Meal.
In order to make the elevator go down to the cargo hold, a different key card is required.
A different one?
Yes, and the only person who holds that particular card is you, Miss Rhoda Tenero, and only you.
What? Is this true, Miss Tenero?
Yes, I keep that card in my locker at all times.
Could you please show us that card right now?
Yes, hold on. I don't believe it!
What's wrong?
The key card, it's gone!
Oh, wrong one. Very clever. Pretending that your card was stolen when in fact you were just trying to hide it from us. You really thought this through.
Wait, it's not like that!
You can tell us all about it what it's like down at the station. Officer, arrest this woman!
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Edgeworth!
What's wrong? There's disbelief written all over your face.
Francisca, I know you are the lead investigator on this case. However...
Hold it! Don't even think about wasting any more of my time. You know the rules as well as I do. Evidence speaks louder than words. Even if this isn't a courtroom, that basic tenet still applies. I intend to investigate the cargo hold now. What will you do, Miles Edgeworth?
I intend to do likewise.
Latter. Decisive evidence. All right. So now, this is pretty much, I think this is pretty much a good place to end for today. But we did a lot. I don't know if that means that every case is only going to be broken down into 3 acts. If that's how it is, then I mean, we'll do, next week we'll probably do like the latter half, and then if we still have time, then we'll do episode 3. So I'm not sure, but we'll get into it. But let's go ahead and, ooh. That's gonna be it for today. I hope you guys had fun playing Ace Attorney Investigations with me. I'm so excited to be back playing this because I really like the gameplay loop a lot. Do I wish that every Ace Attorney game was like this? It'd be cool, but I don't need it to be. Each case is broken into 3 acts, but the length of each act varies greatly. Some acts are divided into 3 sub-acts, while others are only 1. Maybe ladder, it's ladderer and then extra ladderer after that. That's so funny. Yeah, no, I'm really enjoying the game so far. So I'm excited to play more next week. But if you guys are new here and you guys want to keep up on all the socials, please feel free to on Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok at Atelier Kieran. If you guys want to join the Discord, the link is available down there. Anyone is welcome to join as long as you guys are over the age of 18.
But you guys better be adults if you're watching my stream. Or else.
So we're gonna go ahead and finish this case next week on next Saturday. Coming up, I don't have a stream scheduled for tomorrow, but honestly, I kind of want to play more Resident Evil, so I might play more Resident Evil tomorrow, and that way I only need to do one more stream of it next week before, you know. So basically, once Friday hits, I'm gonna be playing Metaphor Refantasio until I finish it, and the only games that I will play on the side are Ace Attorney on the weekends. So I'm like preparing myself mentally for it all, but I'm so excited because I really loved playing that game so much. Thanks for streaming this again. Yeah, thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. If you guys can, this will be a really important one. So we're gonna be rating my friend Maihan. Today is her debut day. She's debuting her new 3D model, and it looks really good. It turned out amazing. She's been holding this for a while, so if you guys can, the raid message is gonna be congratulations on your debut. And if you guys have access to the emotes, make sure you give her some light sticks too. She's a Vermilion Starbird themed VTuber, and she's really cool. She's playing Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. I think she's just playing 1 right now. Maybe she's planning on streaming the entire series, but please send her some regards because I would love for her to get some good old celebrations. Bye, Kieran. Thanks for the stream. Take care. You too. Thank you for hanging out, guys. See you guys soon. Take care of yourselves. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend, and I love you guys so much. Otsu Kieran! Bye-bye, so long, farewell. I'll see you all again.